Hello, welcome to another stream. How about that? About that? Welcome everyone. Hello Sasalala, Mr. Vodka, Thresh5, Very Good Duke, Fares, Out9, Yetanasov, hello, welcome. So today is Saturday and I'm just, dropping plates and actually... all of that for the content, all of that for the content. So yeah, welcome. I guess I just leave it there for 5 hours and then go back and clean it up afterwards. That's my life. Anyways, so today I decided to continue developing the game that we've been developing yesterday, right? So on the game that we were developing yesterday is what? It's written in JavaScript, I suppose. So it doesn't really have any particular name, right? It doesn't really have any particular name. It's just like a combination of characters I came up with. You can find it here, and furthermore, you can find the demo of this game deployed on the website of Tsoding.org. Yeah. So yeah, this is how it looks like. So nothing particularly special. So it explains you how to play the game. So you move with WASD, right? You move with WASD. And then you shoot with the left mouse click, and that's pretty much it, believe it or not. That's the whole game, and the enemies start actually going at you, and you just have to defend yourself. You just have to kill all of these enemies. By the way, the enemies cannot do shit to you because the game is not finished, right? So, and this is one of the things I wanted to implement today. So maybe make them damage you as somehow. Right, so yeah. What's interesting is that over time the spawning rate is actually increasing, right? The spawning rate is actually increasing, and over time the game becomes more and more difficult. So yeah, and becomes more and more fun. Yeah, and then at some point I think it becomes impossible. Yeah, at some point it definitely becomes impossible, and this is something that we'll have to fix as well. Oh shit, fuck. I don't know how that happened, but yeah. So here's the game. You can play it yourself if you want to, of course. And yeah, there we go. Alright, so let me see what we have here. So yeah, the game is completely open. You can do whatever you want with it. It's released under MIT license and everything. Alright. Cheers, by the way. You can just stand in place and spam left mouse button. Yes, you can actually, because the enemies don't damage you. So that's one of the things you can do right now. So let me actually test that because also yeah. One of the things is that the projectiles start spawning at the center of the player, right? And maybe, yeah, because of that, it just does not affect some, like, yeah, I think the projectiles should spawn at the edge of the player. So if the enemy is going behind, it's not going to be affected by the player. So yeah, this is something that we'll have to fix as well. Mobile controls when? I don't know, I just developed this thing, I just hacked this thing together yesterday, so, I don't know. Alright, so let me start Emacs. If you attack, get bigger, something, backseating, okay, cool, thank you for the ideas. Okay, so, what do we get? So as far as I can tell, Kolumbetka actually submitted a bunch of pull requests. So that's pretty cool. Let's take a look at some of them. Hello, MCourse94, welcome to the stream. So I did some profiling and found that it's a little better to not update size of the canvas element every frame. I tested by launching the game in a small window and doing nothing. On my machine I have a 11% speed increase. Okay, cool. Window was resized. Window was resized, and yeah, essentially we just wait for the resized window and then we just do this thing. Okay, cool. So yeah, thanks for the contribution. Okay, so I probably should test it, and we don't even have any continuous integration actually. We don't have any continuous integration. Maybe we should set up something, but you know, setting up continuous integration for like a browser game will require probably setting something up, like a headless browser of some sort and whatnot. I don't want to do that. I mean, it's not fun. It's not even programming in my opinion. Alright. So let's fetch the latest changes. And let's actually merge origin master. Origin master. So I guess the changes actually contain. Yeah. So now let me actually open this entire thing in here, in the browser. So yeah, it's pretty good. All right. Nothing particularly special. So next pull request. Make polar function part of v2 class. A little bit of bike shading. Now polar v2 function is a static method of polar. Of v2. Alright, so... Oh, Sirimun, what's up? Ultra hardcode mod when bullets wrap around the screen and can damage you. We haven't finished the game yet. I mean, it's cool that you guys have a lot of ideas. But, I mean, we need to finish the thing first, right? So I remember, like, I saw one of the game developers on Twitch. I don't know if he still streams, but he said a pretty interesting thing about the game development is that the game is like a dish, right? You don't make a great dish by throwing as many components, like ingredients into it as possible, right? So you pick specifically the components that actually complement each other. Right, and then you build the basic dish, and then you see what other ingredients you can add to improve the dish. Right, so the dish is not finished yet, so it's pointless to throw more ingredients until you actually find the combination of ingredients that actually fit together. Right, the games are not about as many features as possible. The games are about combinations of features. Right. I think, to be fair, personally, you can say that about any software, right? Not only games, but just generally, right? So individual features like don't matter. They just literally don't matter. It's the combination of features that matters. So features that fit together makes an ergonomic application. They also make an ergonomic language, an ergonomic programming language. They also make an interesting game. Yeah, so yeah, it's cool that you guys have idea, but this thing is not really finished yet. Joe Blow? No, it was not Joe Blow. It was somebody else. I wish I remembered his name, but I forgot his name. He also had pretty cool drawing channel. He also, yeah, because he also draws all of the art for his games, and he also makes all of the music for his games. He is a very creative person. But yeah, he doesn't really stream anymore, unfortunately. Alright. So, thanks for the contribution. Okay, I'm gonna merge that as well. Bike shading. So, well, I mean, the only reason why I'm merging this pull request is that it's a very small bike shading and I can completely comprehend it. Quite often people may send me like 300 lines of bike shading pull request, literally restyling my code without changing any functionality or fixing any bugs. Seriously, I quite often get this kind of pull requests. I think I should start collecting them or something. Like make like a wall of bike shading when people submit like huge pull requests, just restyling everything without changing anything in the functionality, and also the title something like I improved your project. Like, what? It's so fucking funny every time to just like look through that, and what's funny is that you don't even know how to react to that. Like you just like left speechless. Like, what did you do? Like, it's like the meme. My job here is done, but you didn't do anything. Like, okay. So yeah, thank you so much for the contributions. I really appreciate them. So did I fetch everything? I think I hopefully fetched everything. Also, I have to be super careful when I'm gonna be going out to the kitchen for the water, because there's a lot of like glass in here. So luckily I have slippers, so it shouldn't be that dangerous. We'll see how it goes. But I cannot be distracted by that, because a show must go on. Am I right? Show must go on. It is what it is, chat, and it isn't what it isn't. So merge origin master, and everything seems to be okie dokie a karaoke. So yeah, did it change anything? I don't think it actually changed anything. So we may want to start probably from like actually making the bullets. Start from the end of the player. Bullets spawn point. You know what I mean? Like a start boolean spawn point. Also, I created a lot of issues for finishing the game, and I also split them into different milestones. And after we're done with the bullet spawn point, I want to start going through the issues in the milestone. Right, so, and I have a lot of things to actually implement there. So first, we're gonna make the game feature complete. Once the game feature complete, I'm gonna be starting doing like a major polishing, right? Major polishing, and everything after that, everything that is not in a milestone is gonna be like a minor polishing that maybe we will do, maybe we'll not do. Or something like that. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to do. So, and of course, we're still learning JavaScript. I still don't know anything about JavaScript. Yes, we're still learning. We're still learning. All right, so yeah, bullet spawn point. There we go. So let me open this file. Oh, by the way, before the stream, after the yesterday stream, Supinik looked into my code, and he noticed a very interesting thing. He actually brought up a very interesting point, I would even say. Right, so essentially, why a game is not a global variable. Right, if you make a game a global variable, you will be able to actually access it in the console and, for example, do something with it. Right, so that's actually way better. Just keep it global and you'll be able to modify it. So let me actually open it like that here. And then I'm gonna go to the console, hola, and then in the game, I will be able to print the game, and here's the game. I can inspect it and so on and so forth. I can probably now do something like game bullets, right? And is that how we do that? Oh yeah, you put an expression here. It's actually search. Okay, so here's the game bullets, and yeah, as you can see, as I throw more bullets, it adds to the list. But over time they actually die, right? Over time they actually die. So that's a pretty convenient thing. Yeah, that's pretty convenient. I really like this idea. I mean, Supinik is a professional JavaScript developer, so he knows a lot of these kind of tricks. So I really appreciate him actually looking into my game and giving suggestions. So that's pretty cool. All right, and to be fair, like Chromium DevTools, like Chrome DevTools, are pretty powerful tool for profiling, debugging, and inspecting the JavaScript code. It's actually amazing. It's way better than what we had at the beginning of the web development era in Internet Explorers and shit like that. Because I remember, like, I had as part of my job debug web applications in fucking Internet Explorer 8. And using Internet Explorer 8 DevTools. It's fucking horrible. You can do things in there. You can actually do things there, but it's just so fucking horrible and unusable. Oh my god. So, and after that, switching to DevTools in Chromium is just such a blessing. Oh my god. Anyways, it is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't. Yeah, Internet Explorer, yes. I was actually developing in JavaScript for Internet Explorer. I'm joking. I never actually touched JavaScript in my entire life. I know nothing about it, and this is me the second day of learning JavaScript, right? So I know nothing about it, right? I know nothing about it. Anyways. So let me see. So here's where we do the shooting, right? So we first establish the position. So this is from where we start the bullet, right? This is from where we start the bullet. And then we have a bullet velocity. So essentially, first to determine the bullet velocity, we are determine the bullet direction, right? So maybe I should extract that to a separate function like bullet direction, right? So here's the bullet direction. And then using the bullet direction, I will calculate the bullet velocity. So what's interesting is that I think I should not use the mouse. This is just a mouse position. Yeah, I shouldn't use the player position for the initial bullet position. So essentially how I want to do that. Bullet position. I'm going to start with the player position, right? I'm going to start with the player position and add bullet direction, right? Bullet direction, but I'm going to scale it to the size of the radius of the player radius, plus the bullet radius. Right. You see what I'm doing here? You see what I'm doing here? Essentially, so we'll have to wait a little bit because I have a very slow laptop. I'm really sorry. Okay, so let me create a circle. So here's the player. And essentially, I start from here and I have a direction for the bullet. So I extend the spawning position to here and I extend it a little bit more to the radius of the bullet that is going to be spawned. So, and this is how I determine the spawning position of the bullet. So essentially, if the enemy goes from behind and you shoot into a different direction, it won't be affected by the bullet, because before bullet would be actually spawning inside of the player, right? And because of that, enemies that go in through different directions, they will be essentially killed by the bullet inside of the player, right? And yeah, as we introduce damage, by the way, I want the enemy to die when they hit the player as well, but on top of dying, they're also gonna damage you. So basically, if the enemy touches you, you lose the health, right? So, and if you're shooting in a different direction, so the enemies that will come to you from different directions, they will 100% damage you unless you actually point at them. So that will sort of force you to point at enemies, hopefully. We'll see how it goes. So right now we don't have any damage or anything like that, right? So it is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't. All right, so let me see. So this is the bullet position, and I just set the bullet position right here, right? So let's see how it goes. Did I already close everything? I think I already closed everything. So I'll have to go in here and open the Chromium. What's your opinion on TypeScript? It could help to show what functions are available with current object. I know nothing about TypeScript. I'm only learning these kind of technologies for the first time. I've been programming in Java Enterprise for the last 15 years, so I have no idea. So I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not a web developer at all. So anyway, so yeah, everything seems to be working, right? If I'm shooting. Yeah. So it's still kind of. Yeah, they even have like some time to. Yeah. So the things that go in from behind, they're not getting affected. But yeah. So and the only reason why you still can stay in the same place and shoot is because they're not damaged at all, right? So. Yeah, they're not destroyed when you actually hit, when they actually hit the players. So, but apart from that, I think I managed to achieve what I wanted, essentially, right? I managed to achieve what I wanted. All right, so let's go ahead and commit that, I suppose. All right, spawn bullets at the edge of the player, all right, so I want to go quickly to the kitchen because I need to bring another bowl, because the one that I had with me, I don't have it anymore. So, and I usually put the disposed tea leaves there, so I need to bring another one to actually smash it off the floor. So yeah. Hello Nitrix Live, hello Lazy Grid, hello, welcome everyone who just joined. I'm gonna quickly go to the kitchen, so don't go anywhere, it's gonna be super quick. Another one. All right, chat. How are you doing? So I'm gonna make a quickly cup of tea, and if you have any other questions about game development, web development, software development, your mom development, feel free to ask me, and I will try my best to answer them. Just don't drop this one too. Okay, I'll try it. I'll do my best. Goodie, nice. It's really. I'm really glad to hear that. It's a goodie. Yeah. Does anyone have any questions? I'm reading the chat. By the way, do you guys like JavaScript? What is your favorite programming language for the web, chat? What do you use for the web? You guys like JavaScript, nice. Okay, it's really nice to hear. The best language ever. Oh, another good question. HTML versus CSS. Which one do you like better? So, BM on WASM 1. I don't know. We have an issue for that. You can implement that. CSS, only CSS. Both. Okay. Your mom. Nice. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna quickly go and turn on the kettle. Don't go anywhere, and I'm gonna be quickly back. Yeah, I definitely need some tea. What's up, epic web developers? HTSS. Interesting. So what is HTSS? Never heard of it. So what's funny is that we don't really have, you know, continuous integration. So what I'm thinking is that maybe because of that I shouldn't bother with separate branches, because they only gonna stop, only gonna introduce additional friction. So I'm gonna quickly switch to the master and maybe just merge everything here, maybe even fast forward it, and just push that right into the master. Right. So we're not gonna have any branches here because we don't even have a continuous integration. Yes, at all. So, okay, let's take a look at the feature complete milestone and see what we can do here. No way to pause the game. That is true. That is absolutely true. You cannot pause the game. So if you start the game, yeah, you cannot pause it. You cannot do anything about it, really, and that's kind of annoying. And what I was thinking, I think we should be able to pause the game by pressing space, right? And yeah, it should just stop everything. And also we need to have some sort of a queue, C-U-E, not Q-U-E-U-E, but C-U-E. We need some sort of a queue that the game is in fact paused. That the game is in fact paused. Okay, my kettle is ready. I'm gonna pour myself hot water and we're gonna continue. Alrighty, so let me see. So in order to pause the game, yeah, let's quickly do that. So mouse down, right? So not really mouse down, but key down. So what we need to do here, we need to check specifically for the space, right? Which is kind of like strange, but I guess it's okay. So we can do event. It should be code. Oh yeah, we are redirecting it to the game key down. Yeah, to the game key down. Right. So and then if event code equal to key space, is it key space though? I don't quite remember. Let's actually log that just to see what's gonna be. Let's log all of the key downs and let me see what's gonna happen. Let me see what's gonna happen. This is not what I wanted. I opened the JavaScript file instead of HTML file. Alright, so yeah. And if I press space, oh, it's literally called space. Okay, that's pretty convenient. It's literally called space. Yusu, keylogger, exactly. It's a keylogger. And if event code is equal to space, we have to pause the game, right? So maybe we can do something like toggle pause, right? So we can have a method that toggles the pause of the game. And what is it going to do? Well, this one is kind of interesting. So maybe it's going to just alter the flag, right? Alter the flag. Something like this pose equal not this pose, right? And using this flag, we're gonna change the way we actually render the game, right? And the way we handle the inputs and stuff like that, right? So that's basically what we want to do here, but we don't have this flag yet. We need to create that flag in the constructor. By the way, is there any way to define flags within the class, or do you define them in the constructor? That's kind of interesting. Okay, JavaScript class fields. Let's find out. I don't remember, because I remember in TypeScript you can define fields inside of this thing. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know TypeScript. I never programmed in TypeScript. I'm sorry. Like, yeah, I don't know anything about it. So yeah, we can have static fields and stuff like that. But I don't really care about static fields. How about other fields? It's really strange syntax. Public methods. What about just fields? Private instance fields. Public and private. Okay, so it's a specification. I'll have to initialize it anyway, I suppose. Public class fields. Public private class fields, so I already looked into that. Oh, you have to, oh my god, yeah, you have this weird syntax with hashes and whatnot. I remember that. Okay, and public class fields is just, yeah, instance field. Alright, so maybe, yeah, maybe it's for some things that can be like initialized like that, I don't have to do this. Which is interesting. Yeah, it feels like all of this stuff can be moved to like here, right? And you don't need constructor anymore, right? If I understand correctly. If I understood everything I saw correctly. Yep. The player should be initially positioned at the center of the screen, which may not be easily achievable or something like that, but yeah, should be okay. So if I now refresh everything, everything was refreshed successfully as far as I can tell, so I'm more or less happy. I'm more or less happy. Cool. So I really wish I was able to actually stop everything. I think right now to stop everything I have to do that in a... Oh my god. In the web dev console, right? So I think it's something like source, and I have to pause. Yeah, this is the only way to pause. This is the official way to pause. So yeah. Just add debugger. Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah, every time you actually press space, just execute debug. Wait a second. That's genius. Wait a second. Who fucking needs toggle pause? Literally, seriously, just literally. Debugger. Is that a function or is that a? Yeah, it feels like it's just this thing. Cool. So I'm gonna refresh. Okay, I press space, and it didn't do anything. Probably because I didn't refresh properly. Did I? Oh, it only works if you open DevTools. Well, that doesn't count. I mean, come on. It doesn't work in production. I cannot use debugger like that. You have to literally open DevTools first, and only then pressing space will activate the debugger. Nah, doesn't really work. Not a good solution. I'm sorry, not a good solution. But apart from that, it will be actually kind of cool. All right, so I'm about to pour a cup of tea, chat. I'm about to pour a cup of tea. Man, I love JavaScript. Holy shit. Such a nice language. Finally I understood the power of JavaScript. Holy shit. Yes, I'm so glad I started to learn it. Cheers, by the way. I really don't have that much place. And that's probably why I constantly break in all of my things, like teapots and plates, stuff like that. Do you miss memory management? What? What? Memory management? You mean the solved problem? What kind of memory management? We already solved that problem. You don't have to manage memory. I mean, it's 2021. Just slap a garbage collector on it and forget about it. Sorry. I almost dropped my plate yet again, so I have to be careful. Alrighty. So, what do we get? Stop dropping things, yeah. Pause, right. So that means I need to have a pause field in here, right? So I need to have a pause field in here. Oh, by the way, it's really strange how it just works if I never define pause. And I don't like that, and I think I know why. I keep doing that. I think I know why. Useless pony, what's up? What's up? How are you doing? Alright, so if I press space, yeah, it just works. And if I take a look at the game pause, it's actually true. Right, but initially, if I refresh this thing and then take a look at the game pause, yeah, it's undefined. Then I probably make sense to do game pause. Not really toggle pause, but just pause. Right, it's undefined, but if I press space, yeah, it starts becoming like true and false and true and false. And I don't really like that it doesn't complain about that. And I think this is because the JavaScript is not in a strict mode. Right. So I don't really remember what strict mode exactly does, but I do remember that it complains if you try to use functions, variables that were never defined via var, let, or const. So maybe that could be actually the way to go, and it is not. So it's not complaining. So it's not complaining. So strict mode is not about that. So which is kind of interesting, but yeah. But that would be actually kind of cool if it complained about it, but it doesn't complain about that. I guess it is what it is. Do you guys know any way to make it complain about not initialized, you know, things? Because, well, probably, maybe it's yeah, use strict equals nope, yeah. Maybe object freeze will work? How does it will work? How does it have anything to do with... Maybe I don't understand what object freeze does. Maybe I don't understand what it does, but maybe it doesn't matter. So let's just initialize it. So maybe I should just accept JavaScript for what it is and start trying to fix its flaws, because the language is beautiful as it is, right? You have to accept it, right? You have to accept it. Alright. So yeah, you see, chat, I'm learning things. I'm learning patience. I'm learning tolerance. Yes. This is a beautiful language because it will teach you all of these beautiful things. Yes. Okay. What do we get? What do we get? So the pause. The pause. And one of the things I want to do here, we need to stop updating like literally everything. We need to stop updating everything. Specifically, I guess if this paused, right, we're gonna just return from it, right? So everything is paused, there's nothing to do here. And when we are rendering, so we could put some sort of text. Some sort of a text on top of the screen, right? Some sort of text on top of the screen. But also, I like when everything becomes black and white when you pause. All right. All right. So this paused. Did I forget this? Yeah, there we go. I used this. Yeah, I don't know what you guys talking about. Yeah, it has to be paused. All right. So we're gonna stop updating everything, and in terms of rendering, so we definitely want to render all of that. Render entities and also render tutorial. Oh, by the way, may I actually complain yet again about how scuffed colors are in JavaScript? Like they're literally strings, and it's really not convenient because sometimes I want to be able to manipulate the colors. For complaining about stuff, you want a program called ESLint. I mean, if I'm gonna start using npm Node, I might as well start using TypeScript. Like, why do I need a half-assed solution in terms of ESLint if I can just have TypeScript? No. So, yeah. Doesn't make any sense, I'm sorry. Since you moved everything out of the constructor, don't you need to change every this whatever to whatever inside the class? I don't know. It works with this, yeah. But since... Yes, TypeScript. Well, we're not using Node npm, so that's why we're not using TypeScript, so... Java doesn't work in the browser, and the cost of setting up Java to work in the browser is way higher than the cost of setting up JavaScript working in a browser, so... People never look at the cost. People never look at the cost. People always like there is no cost for their technical solutions. You know, chat, how about we create a class called Caller? Is that a good class? So the time has come to introduce the caller. And you know how we're gonna store the caller? We're gonna store RGBA in the normalized form from 0 to 1, which will simplify the operations on the callers, right? The operations on the callers. Okay, so we definitely need to set up some sort of a constructor. So it's going to be RGBA, and this entire thing will just set RGBA. So it's going to be R, and we're going to have B, G, and then we're going to have B, and then we're going to have A. There we go. So, and on top of that, I want to have a method that turns it into a string. Maybe I could use something like toString, but I don't know how to override methods in class, and I'm not really sure if I really like this entire idea. So let's call it to RGBA string, right? So this is going to be just a method, and what it's going to do, it's going to construct RGBA string out of this entire stuff. So it's essentially going to return the following thing: RGBA RGBA, right? It's going to be this R, this G. Oh my god, Emacs cannot handle everything. This B and this A, right? But since these values are normalized, right? They are normalized. You have to multiply by them by 255. 255, and I'm not sure if oh yeah, so A is actually from 0 to 1. It's like a single exception that you have to take into account. You literally just define toString function. Cool. But I want to be explicit, you know what I mean? I want to be explicit. Don't you have to floor them? I don't know if I have to floor them. Does RGBA also support floating points in their values? Does it support them? Is there any way to actually test that? So for example, we're having particles. If I put like a floating point in here, will that work? Let's actually find out. All right. So, oh shit. What the hell is going on? Okay, so it seems to be not working. Is it paused? Is it because it's paused? Did I pause it? No. Ah, well, yeah, this is literally because it's paused. So let me paused. So let's actually remove that for now, and let's see. Yeah, so what I was checking. Yeah, I was checking the particles, so we need to wait until the particles will start appearing. Yeah, you can have floating points, right? So that means the answer to don't you have to floor it is no, I don't have to, because everything works with floating points, so you don't have to worry about that. So yeah, that's the answer. So you just literally don't have to worry. We just scientifically confirmed that with facts and logic. All right, cool. So maybe I'm gonna call it RGBA to make it even shorter or something like that. So the other thing, is what? I need some sort of a color manipulation, right? I need some sort of a color manipulation. And to be fair, like I have a lot of colors defined in hex format, so I need to learn how to parse that as well. So how do you define static methods? So you literally just do it like that. Okay, static hex. All right. So and it should accept hex color. So the next thing we can try to do, we can try to parse them. I'm pretty sure we can use regular expressions for that. Let me see how we can do all of this. Can we do a node in here? I think I should be able to have a node. Okay, JavaScript regular expressions. Okay, so here's the regex as the, as the literal, right? As the literal, and how can I have capture groups? The only thing I want to have here is a capture group. Regular expression capture groups. I don't see capture groups. Example, where is example? I guess it will just return me something, right? It will just return me the thing I want to have here. Okay. So, and if I have something like this, 18, 18, 18, so that means I can match this thing against something like this. Hex color match. Oh, okay. Whatever. So, next thing, can I have like a word? Is there predefined words and whatnot? Yeah, there are. We can just do it like that. Predefined words. And I can say that I want to have two of them. All right. So, and yeah, this is what we can have here. This is what we can have here, and that didn't work. Yes, I'm so happy. Why didn't it work? I wonder. I said that they have to be exactly. Is that because Word does not include numbers? I have a feeling that it does not include numbers. No. That's really strange. So it's really dumb. Do I have to? Where can I see all of these special words? A regular expression, alphanumeric. Yeah. To allow the alphanumeric. What's the alphanumeric? What's the alphanumeric? Do you have a special thing for that? Nope. They literally don't have it. Well, I guess I don't have any other choice but actually construct this thing myself, which is kind of... But this is exactly what I was trying to avoid. I just didn't want to do that. But apparently JavaScript is too scuffed to actually, allow me to do that. Okay. So, and then we're gonna have this entire thing. 2, 3, and oh, maybe I forgot to that I need to escape this entire thing. Do I need to escape this entire thing? No. All right. So, yeah, it's very strange. Oh yeah. So you also have I, which probably means case insensitive. Maybe I don't remember if it's. Yeah, case insensitive. Okay, so that means I don't have to have like the big part in here. Right. That's actually pretty cool. I don't have this thing, and G means that the global, you have to make it global. So, and then if I have something like 18, 18, 18, then I can try to match this entire stuff, right? And then if I try to execute that, it never actually does anything, like it doesn't capture anything. So, is there something like rejector? Rejector. Yeah. I'm gonna remove that. Oh, yeah, I have to put it here. I see. Yep. So. Okay. I forgot what I think I used regex 101. I think I used regex 101 to test this thing. Yes. Okay, so it seems to be working. Huh. Okay, so there's nothing wrong with the regular expression per se. It also has ij. Which is kind of interesting. So I don't really know. Maybe I just have to remove the... Oh shit! I had to just remove G then. It's kind of interesting. So in the regex 101, right, they do have G. So I suppose different regular expression system interprets like G differently. So yeah, they interpret them differently. Okay, so that means I don't have to use this thing then. I don't have to use this thing, and I can set hex color like this. All right, so, and that will give me the results, which I can probably destructurize. I don't remember how to do the destructurization in JavaScript. JavaScript destruct. Destructuring. Yeah, destructuring assignment. To be fair, is there any way for me to ignore some of the values of destructuring assignment? That would be actually kind of cool. For example, I want to say I don't care about this one, right? But I want to do RGB A. Or at least RGB, right? At least RGB. So, and then I can do something like this. And do I have RGB? Okay, so that means I can actually remove some of these things. Oh! Underscore is like a valid name. That's very interesting. So, ignore. Ignore some returned values. Oh, okay, so you basically miss it in here. That's actually pretty cool. Okay. So, yeah. I mean, it would be better if it was like in any other language where you just mark it with underscore, but I guess it's difficult to do that in JavaScript, right? So, I mean, whatever. So, cool. Now we need to parse a hexadecimal integer, right? So now we destructurized all of the components, right? So essentially we can try to do something like this. But what if it doesn't match, by the way? What if it doesn't match? Essentially, if I have something completely different here, so what do we get here? We get, yeah, oh, I see. So it will probably return just null, right? It just okay, so it just returns null. That means I need to check for the null first. So it's gonna be something like matches, right? It's gonna be matches. It's gonna be matches, and can I just do if null, else console test? Will it work? Yeah, it will work. Okay, so that means I can just do it like that. Cool. I can just do it like that. And then I can destructurize this entire thing. It's going to be RGB and just matches. Okay, so now probably have to do that like a LED thingy. What's next? I need to take the hexadecimal number. I need to take the hexadecimal number and turn it into an integer. Right, so JavaScript parse hex number. So I'm pretty sure, yeah, so there is a parse int. There's a parse int, and I probably can provide the, okay, so I can provide the base there. So if I try to parse int ff and I say it's 16, it should be 255, so it is in fact 255. Cool. So, and after that I can just say yeah, r is going to be parse int r16, and I can extrapolate all of that into several of these things. It's going to be g and it's going to be b. Beautiful. Okay, that's pretty cool. Wait, no, I don't really have to do it like that. Alright, I don't have to do it like that. I have to do it like slightly differently. I have to do that slightly differently, and it's gonna be like this, new color. Right, so because I'm constructing this entire stuff, and of course this one is gonna be like that. Oh, and since the components are 255, right? We know that they are 255. I have to divide all of that by 255. Right, so divide by 255. Right, and yes, so that's how I construct this entire thing. This is how I construct this entire thing, and we're gonna just return this entire stuff. But if it doesn't match, we have to probably throw some sort of an error. Is it possible to just throw hello? And yeah, so I think this is exactly what I'm gonna do here. Throw already hello. Throw hello. And so we're gonna say here, we're gonna say literally that hex color is okay. Let's put it this way: could not parse hex color as color. Right. So this is basically what we're gonna do here. So we're only gonna support this specific format. We're only gonna support this specific format because we only have this this thing here. So color hex and okay, so this is the only reason, because the only reason why I'm even introducing this class is because I don't want to spend too much time like manually migrating from these codes that I use. Right, so so it's easy for me to just have a class for the color, and also have a special constructor for the specific values that I have in my projects. Right, that's exactly my goal. And in the spirit of you know, Sodium software development, I don't develop more than I need, because you may end up in a very dangerous place where you're implementing a shit ton of features that you don't need. So, and you don't need to support like alphas in here, right? So 1 2 1 2 1 2, because in my specific case I didn't have alphas in those values, and you don't need to support these kind of values because I also didn't have those. I am implementing exactly bare minimum of what I need right now to move forward. That's why this solution is half-assed. It's probably bad. I do understand all of the rage in the chat that I'm forced to ignore because I need to move forward. I do understand you guys. I actually read the chat. I do hear everything you fucking say, and it's very difficult for me to ignore it. So the only reason why I'm doing it the way I do it is because it is bare minimum for me to move forward. Does anyone have any questions? Can I ask you, usually I find issues while learning coding in Python because there are too many methods and keywords. I can't remember them all. Remembering all that stuff makes you a pro programmer. You don't have to remember them. So essentially, imagine that you have a module math and you don't remember what methods do you have there. You can just do something like this and it gives you the list of the methods that you have in that specific module. And it works for any objects, right? And furthermore, for example, okay, so I have this thing, I don't know what it is. You can always just go help and just read about it. Okay, it's a square root of x. And essentially, once you have all these objects in your scope, you can explore them with just two functions, help and dir. Dir returns you the list of the members of the particular object, and helps explains what this object does. You don't have to remember anything. So yeah. So basically you can start exploring objects in Python like folders in a directory, and this is why this particular method is called dir. All right. Oh, Anabot, hello. Welcome to the chat. Hello. All right. Does anyone have any other questions? Are you planning to use more functional constructs? No, I'm planning to finish the game and get the shit done. I'm not planning to do introduction masturbation. Okay, let's continue. Okay, so we probably need to test everything. So here's two things we have, and also we have our GBA. So yeah. Okay, so let me see if I did not actually break anything. Let me see if I didn't break anything. I probably want to close this entire stuff. Okay, it broke something. Nice. Okay, let's try to debug that first. It's changing over time, which is kind of funny, is it not? Oh yeah, I know what it is. So now every time I set the player color, it actually sets it to. So we usually use it in fill style, I think. Yeah, this is where we use it. We use it in fill style. All right. Okay. So yeah. So let's not make it like this. So I think every time you fill the color, you always provide the color. Yeah. You always provide the color. So that means I'll have to do it like that, and then when I fill style, I can do to RGBA, right? And this is what we're gonna have here, to RGBA. All right, to RGBA, cool. And what do we have? So another one, I probably have to get rid of this entire thing, right? So we're using color of the player, of the enemy, as the color of the particle, So I need a method in the color class, that replaces a. So yeah. So I need something like color set alpha. Maybe let's do it like this, with alpha, right? With alpha, which accepts the new alpha, right? And essentially what it does, it constructs the new color. Well, I mean, I don't have to specify the return type, of course. I don't have to specify the return type. So this is going to be this R, this G, this RGB, and you can specify A, right? And essentially, so RGBA. Do I have a particle color? Yeah, it's literally enemy color, and now I should be able to do the following thing. I should be able to replace particle color with alpha of this A. This is basically what I wanted to do yesterday. Yes, I want to be able to just have a color and then say that color, but with that alpha. Yes, and unfortunately in JavaScript, like, colors are strings, and it's really difficult to manipulate colors. it's like really difficult to manipulate colors like that, and it just drives me nuts. Like, this is why I'm creating this class, right? I want to be able to manipulate colors as it's, you know, as it's an object that has these components and stuff like that. It just makes sense. Yeah. And I don't know, I tried to Google whether there is like a standard color class in JavaScript, and apparently there is not. And people were creating their own color classes, and it's just insane. So, yeah. Okay, let's continue. Okay, so it seems pretty good. Seems pretty good. So the colors are not broken anymore. I need some enemies. Okay. Okay, perfect. So the particles are handled correctly. So yeah, I refactored colors. So yeah, everything is handled correctly. I'm super happy about that. Oh, fuck. Yeah, so accidentally clicked something, but yeah. Overall, I introduced the color class and whatnot. And the reason, by the way, I was messing with the color class is because now it will make it easier to have pretty cool effects. For example, I want to make the whole game black and white when it goes to pose, right? So, and the way I will be able to do that is by introducing a new method, you know, grayscale, right? Which takes the current original color, and turns it black and white, actually grayscale. Right, so, and yeah, since you don't have to parse any of these components, you can just, you know, construct a new color and whatnot. I think the easiest way to go about that would be to just take like a, I don't know, maximum or minimum between all of these three. I think something like that. This could be math max. These are this G. Right, then math max. By the way, does math max accept more than 2 arguments in JavaScript? Does anyone know? Okay, it does accept. You can actually accept 3. Nice, nice, nice. So that's actually perfect. RGB. So you can have a max, and then you can construct a new color that uses these three times. It's a very dumb way of doing that, I do know. It's not like particularly correct, color correct or anything, but we're not trying to be like physically correct or anything, right? So that's not what we're trying to do. And also I'm going to reuse the same alpha then. There we go. So that way you have a color and you can turn it like a grayscale at any point. So if you go particle color, right? And then now with alpha, and then you do something like grayscale, right? Grayscale. It will make all of the particles black and white. So let me see. So that's exactly what I'm doing here. That's exactly what I'm doing here. All right. So okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can see them, but they are black and white. Oh, they're grayscale, right? So, and with this class, now it's super easy to actually make this kind of manipulations. You know what I mean? You see what I mean? Yeah. So, and once we have this kind of functionality, we can do interesting effects and stuff. Yeah. Cool. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? So, but right now we don't need to make them grayscale, though. We don't need to make them grayscale. And I think I had an issue specifically for that. So it was not really in the in a feature complete milestone. It was definitely not in a feature complete milestone, but I feel like I need to implement it then. Yeah, more control over color modification. Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to have. And I think the issue is number 1. So it's gonna be to do 1. Yeah, there we go. So that's pretty cool. I'm super proud of it. And it doesn't implement more than needed, right? So I implemented the bare minimum to actually have this kind of functionality, and I didn't fall into the trap of implementing shit that is not needed, like other color formats, right? I didn't implement support for other color formats because guess what? I don't have other color formats. I just don't have it. And by the way, so here's the thing. People are so afraid to quote-unquote reinvent the wheel, which by itself is not a bad thing, by the way, in my opinion. It's just like people don't realize that. But yeah, they're so afraid of reinventing the wheel because they constantly fall into the trap of re-implementing something that they don't need. Right. So, for example, they may think, I don't want to implement the color class because there's so many color formats. How on earth am I going to support all of them? Well, just don't support all of them. Just implement whatever you need for that particular time and get the application working. So you don't have to implement things that you're never going to be using. Like in your particular application, it's just like, you don't have to implement everything. People don't realize that. So people say, I don't want to re-implement the wheel, but what they actually mean, I don't want to re-implement the car. You don't need to re-implement the car to re-implement the wheel. God fucking damn it. Like, people just don't understand that. And yeah. If you just need to re-implement the wheel, just fucking re-implement the wheel. Don't re-implement the fucking car. So anyways. Yeah, car quote, by the way. Yes. Car quote, by the way. Okay, so why is this true by default? Let's actually make it false. Let's make it false. Cool. Let me see. So, did I remove to do one? Yeah. More control over color modifications. Introduce color class for easier color modifications. Right, let's push that right into the repo. I want to make a cup of tea. Does anyone have any questions while I'm making a cup of tea? How do you pronounce the project name? However you want. No, it's not Earl Grey. It's just regular tea right now. How often to git push? 3 times per day before the meal. That's how I usually do it. So at least 3 times per day before the meal. Alright, I'm gonna go to the kitchen and turn on the kettle, and then I'm gonna be back and we're gonna continue developing this game. Maybe I should make a small break. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna make a small break. It's gonna be 3 minutes. Yeah, so let's make a small break. You guys have fun. All right, welcome back. So I was working on a pause, all right? So I was working on a pause, and pause equal. It's actually called paused. Right. Okay. So when we toggle pause, we just do that, right? We just do that, and interestingly enough, I want to be able to just apply like global filters to the whole canvas somehow. I'm not sure if it's easily possible, but maybe it is. Well, specifically when we are we render everything. Actually, if you think about it, like every aspect of the game, every element of the game is rendered through a simple function called fill circle, right? And a fill circle, yeah, essentially accepts the circle. So essentially, if you want to make everything black and white, you probably want to do that within the fill circle, right? Within the fill circle, you know what I mean? But how can you have like a global fill circle filter? How can you have a global fill circle filter? Maybe it's gonna be some sort of a function, right? You know what I mean? How gonna call it? We can call it something like global fill circle filter, right? Global fill circle filter, and it's going to be initially undefined, right? It's going to be initially undefined, and essentially before we're going to set the color, we're going to try to apply this thing. I'm not sure how to do that. Can I do something like if global fill circle filter is defined, I'm going to be applying it to the color. I'm going to be applying it to the color. Otherwise, I'm not going to be applying it to the color. I'm going to just take the color as it is and do to RGBA. Right, and essentially, we may have something like a grayscale filter, which accepts the color, right, which accepts the color and returns you grayscaled, grayscaled color here like that. So, and essentially, if you want to make everything black and white, you just have to set global fill circle filter to grayscale filter, and it will make everything black and white simultaneously. So this posed, so yeah, when everything is posed, it's gonna be that, and then when I toggle the pose, if everything became posed, we're gonna be setting global fill circle filter to grayscale filter, right? Otherwise we're setting global fill circle filter to nothing, to undefined, essentially. So we're switching it off and on. So I don't know, maybe it's gonna be like, maybe we should have some sort of like ID filter and never actually check for the global fill circle being undefined. I think it's a little bit a safer solution. You know what I mean? So essentially, you can have something like ID filter, which accepts the color and literally returns the color. So that way, you never have to check whether you have the filter or not, because the absence of the filter is basically ID filter that does not modify anything, right? So, and then it should be pretty straightforward to do it like that. And I'm not sure why it's highlighting it as orange. It usually does that when it cannot see this entire thing, but it doesn't make much sense to me, to be fair. So yeah, this is probably because this entire thing is defined somewhere in a very strange place. Okay. All right, and because of that, we're gonna be setting this global filter into ID filter, right? So yeah, essentially that's gonna be the default thing. So 13 something, where is A? Whatever. It's not 13 and 15. All right, so Chromium. Okay, so let's actually wait until we have some enemies, right? So because I want to see how it's gonna go. And there we go. Here's the post thing. Then we can unpause it. Yeah. So you see, that's pretty cool. That's exactly what I'm trying to achieve here. But when it's posed, it would be also kind of cool to indicate that with the text, right? Indicate that with the text that we are currently posed. Right, so that'll be actually kind of cool. So, and of course, we definitely need the text, by the way. Text is 100% needed. Text is 100% needed because somebody may accidentally press the space and they won't know what exactly happened, and the text posed will explain that you're in a pause mode. And on top of the having text posed, we can also put like space to unpause in parentheses. Right, so basically that will also explain how to get it out of that situation. Pausing like that without actually providing any additional information to the user, in my opinion, is a very bad practice. Right, so it's a very bad practice. You have to actually explain what you're doing. Right, so to be fair, grayscale is actually very bright. It's actually, oh shit, look at that. Ah shit, we have to patch that up. Oh fuck, that's cool. I like that. Ah, look at that. So you can actually, yeah. Poof. Nice. Ah. That's cool. And of course it's just, yeah. Okay. Okay, so we have two things that we need to fix. I need to fix the grayscale because the grayscale is too bright right now, so we can probably maybe take the minimum between these components or take the average or something like that. I don't know which one is gonna be better. Okay, so yeah, I think I need to make a cup of tea. Does anyone have any questions, by the way? Maybe you guys have some questions about game development, web development, anything. You can ask me anything. So your permission to send messages got removed? Probably because you're not trusted. No. You were trusted because you were subbed. So sub ran out and you're not trusted anymore. So that's how it works. All right. So let's continue. I forgot what we needed, actually. I forgot what we needed. So grayscale is too bright. So let's actually try minimum. Let's actually try minimum. Okay, so yeah, I want to wait until... Yeah, now they're too dark. If you use minimum, they're just too dark. But to be fair, maybe the darker the better, because you want them fade into the background a little bit. Yeah, I think you kind of want them to fade into the background. Or another solution would be to take an average of them. Why not? So let's try to take an average. So we're gonna sum them up. Right, we're gonna sum them up. So I just want to choose the one that is gonna look, you know, the best for our game. I'm just gonna just divide it by 3. All right. So yeah, it looks okay. It's if you take the average. Oh yeah, I think the average is the best so far. Yeah. In my opinion, I don't know. Yeah. You know what, since we use it doesn't make sense to use grayscale like this. Since it's a grayscale filter, right? So since it's a grayscale filter, nah, I guess it's okay. Alright, so this is gonna be our, but it's not necessarily grayscale, it's actually very scuffed grayscale, but it should be okay for now. Right, so paused, right, so we're gonna have paused, we don't update on paused, and we also don't handle any of this stuff on paused, I think. So I think key up should be handled on pause, but not key down. But maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So if paused, if this paused, just return from the function in here. So that's going to be our solution to the bug, right? To the bug. Right. So now, if I go to the pause mode, right? I click here and nothing happens. But if I now go out of it, and everything is okay. Everything is okay. Oh, another interesting thing. I think when I'm paused, I don't want to draw the tutorial. I don't want to draw the tutorial. So one of the things I want to be doing then, when I'm like rendering, tutorial only if not paused. Right, only if not paused. Yeah. So essentially, you see, when I'm paused, it doesn't draw this thing. And the reason why I don't want to draw it, because it's going to be replaced by the text paused and explanation how to unpause. Yeah, so that makes sense, I think. Okay. And that's actually pretty epic. So, and I really like that, because at any point now I can just press space and maybe develop something, right? And that will not consume all of my memory, right? Because as the game progresses, it starts to spawn more and more objects and they consume more and more memory. So, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I think I pressed something, yeah. It's so easy for me to press on my bookmarks in here and actually switch away from the page. What else do you want to do in terms of pause? Did I finish the pause? Oh yeah, I want you to have a text. Yes. So so pop up, or maybe tutorial pop-up. So what we have here is, yeah, this is how you render the text. So let's actually extract this entire thing into separate functions, because I feel like I'm gonna use this function. All right. So draw fill message, right? Fill message, and it's gonna accept the text of the message, and it's gonna always set this particular style. And it depends actually. It also should be customizable by the color, right? It should be customizable by the color. And Oh shit, that's actually super cool. So this is another RGBA that we're using that I forgot to remove. So yeah, it should be possible to remove it soon. Fill message, and then I'm gonna just copy paste this entire stuff. Copy paste this entire stuff. And we need to know width and height. Oh shit. Well, we do know width and height in here because we can extract it from the canvas, right? We can extract it from the canvas. And in here, let's introduce some sort of like a message caller. Actually, for this particular case, it could be just the color, doesn't matter. So this is a font, and this is a text, a line, and this could be a context, right? This could be a context, and we should remove this. All right. So, and in here, I can do the following thing. I can do fill message, right? I want you to select only this particular function. Fill message. So I provide the context. We have to provide the text. What's going to be the text? Text is this text. Color is gonna be message caller with alpha. This alpha. So you see, I'm keep reusing this function, right? So that means I introduced that method correctly because I keep reusing it. So this is exactly what I need here. So now I can remove it. Okay, so we need to define a message caller somewhere. How are we going to define it? I guess the easiest way to define it would be like this, where I could do like caller hex, and then I can do something like x, ff. There we go, and here's the white caller that we can just then use. That's pretty pogue. Alright, so we extracted a function that draws on the screen, so it's going to be fill text. Yeah, that's perfect. So, and when we're paused, right, when we paused, I need to find the class game. I need to find the class game, and then I need to find the render. And when we're here, what I need to do fill message for the context, paused, press space to unpause. Yeah, and the caller is going to be message caller, like this. There we go. Now, if I try to, open the game, let's see what's gonna happen. Okay, so something went wrong. Why message caller all of a sudden red? I don't remember setting it red. So something went horribly wrong. And I don't quite know what exactly. Did I parse them incorrectly? It feels like I might be parsed them incorrectly. Okay. Message caller. So how do I do hex? We always set this one to 1. It works for other colors, but it doesn't work for anything else, which is extremely strange. Let me take a look at the console. Alright, at least it shows the pose, and funny enough, it shows that thing as well. Is that because we never set the color appropriately? Oh shit, where do we fill the text? I think I know. Fill message, and if... oh, I see. To RGBA. Alright, so that makes sense, and I can press the space, paused, press space to unpause. Okay, and then we continue. Okay, and that's pretty cool. Alright. So, yeah. To resume? Maybe to resume. I don't know. Yeah, that's cool. Then we can unpause, resume. Okay, so left mouse click to and yeah, so if you accidentally like pause it, you know how to unpause it. So that's pretty cool. That's exactly what I wanted to have here. it's also pretty... Wait a second. Can we have like a global filter on... Oh yeah, we have a filter only on circles specifically. Compilation is instantaneous. Well, yes, if your program compiles. If your program does not compile, the compilation is actually very slow. All right. So we introduced the pose state, right? And do we have a to-do for that? I'm not quite sure. Do we have a to-do for that? I'm gonna go to the index.js and to-do. Oh shit, I have to do that slightly differently. So maybe I can do something like compile, go, maybe I can just do snitch list, right? List, just list all of them, and I want to find something about pose. Yeah, here we go. So it's a no way to pose the game. Cool. So no way to pose the game. We introduced the way to pose the game, and that means that specific to do is done. So let's actually commit that. So what was it for? I think it was for. Yeah. Implement pose for the game, and that should close for. Introduce color class for easier color modification. And I feel like I forgot to close that color modification issue. Did I not close it? I think I should have closed it. Color, yeah. Let me quickly close it as well. Okay, so let's just close this. Cool. My Git have a to-do list Git text search. I don't know how to use it, I'm sorry. Okay. So let's take a look at the milestone. Feature complete. No way for player to die. I think this is like a very important piece of the core game mechanics. So in feature complete, I actually put like very important pieces for the game mechanic, right? Like killing enemies does not give any points, spawning rate ramps up too quickly. So things that are very important for the gameplay, right? So yeah, once we finish those things, the game will be feature complete. Right, but it's only going to be feature complete, by the way. So it will still require a little bit of polishing. So that's why we have more issues than that. All right. So maybe the time has come for me to introduce the player class, because I have a class for like the major entities in my game, and yeah. So I need to introduce the one for the player class. Will I try to make games on Wasm? I don't know Wasm, I'm sorry. Like, yeah. So let's create a separate branch for the death of the player. So let me see if I can introduce a separate class for the player. So player should be initially positioned. I'm not sure about this one, to be fair, actually, but I'm gonna address that a little bit later, of course. Oh yeah, and by the way, we don't have this flag anymore, so we should probably delete it completely, because I don't even use it anywhere. Right, I don't even use it anywhere. Yes. Class player. So right now player is actually just a position, right? So because of that, we probably want to have a constructor for the player. So it's gonna be just a position, and yeah, we're gonna actually set it to this pose, like this. And we also need methods like render, not renderer, but just render, which will accept the context. Do we need to have an update? I don't think player is playing any sort of animations, so that's probably why I don't really want to update anything. So yeah. So let's introduce the player here. So the player is going to be just a new player, like this, and we're going to have just a position here. Just a position here. And I need to go through all the places where I use the player position, right? So when I'm updating everything, oh shit, okay, so I'm basically applying the velocity to the player. Oh yeah, so I need to update the player. Yes, so the player does need update methods. That's quite important. But the thing is, it should accept not only dt, but also velocity. Velocity. So, and that entire thing will basically update the internal position of the player. Alright, so it's gonna be like this, so it's gonna be pose, then we take the velocity and we scale it by dt, so yes, we're updating everything. So this one is gonna be just player update dt and velocity that we calculated based on the on everything else. So where is another player position? Okay, so yeah, this one is gonna be just player pose, player pose. Do we use it anywhere else? Okay, so the other place where we use it is essentially for rendering the player itself. All right, so for rendering the player itself. So that means instead of this entire thing, we should do this player render and just provide the context and move this entire stuff to the player render, right? So let's actually go to class player and just put it here. So there we go. Is there any other places where we did player pose? Alright, so player pose, cool. So in this particular case, it's used as the pivot point according to which we're spawning the enemies, because we're spawning the enemies around the player. Right, we're spawning them around the player. Alright, so do we use player pose anywhere else? Yes, we do, but we do them... Okay, this one is interesting. So player shoot. We need to introduce like a player shoot method to the class player. Right, so it's going to be something like this. Shoot at, and you provide the target. Okay, so mouse down. So we need to take the whole code in here and just actually move it here. So in this case, mouse pose is the target. So I'm going to replace mouse pose with the target. It's actually, there's only one occurrence of this. Then player pose is just a pose. Player pose is just a pose. There we go. So then we have a bullet direction, but bullet direction is already calculated in terms of this thing. And yeah, here's the interesting thing. So after we created like shot at, we should put a bullet. Oh yeah, we can actually do a pretty interesting thing. What if this particular method returns a bullet? Right. It returns a bullet, and then whoever shot that bullet takes that bullet and keeps maintaining it. So this thing creates an object of some sort. That's a really dumb and funny way of doing that, but okay. So mouse down, right. So in this particular case, I only have a mouse position, right. And then I say, this player shoot at mouse position, which gives me the bullet. Right, which gives me the bullet, then I take that bullet and I add it to the list of bullets. How about that? And that's the whole code, right? So when you do mouse down, Right, if we're not paused, we notify the tutorial that player shot, then we take the mouse position and we give it to the player. The player creates a bullet for us and we put that bullet into the list of bullets and keep updating it. Well, yeah, so something like that. That's funny. So we can probably make this a little bit more explicit, but I'm not sure. Like, I could probably refactor it so if it's not paused, right? If it's not paused, just make it like this, right? But the thing is, like, it's more explicit and makes sense, but it's just easier. Like, every time I want to not do anything when it's paused, it's easy to copy paste this piece of code at the top of the function and just don't worry about it. So yeah, it would be even cooler if we had some sort of macros in here, but you know, it doesn't have macros. So because what probably possible to define for me something like skip if paused, right, and just put this thing into that macro. Maybe it's just whatever. Forget everything I said. All right, so yeah. So do we use player pose anywhere else? Player pose. Okay, so when I'm rendering the player, okay, so it's just a pose. Player pose should not be defined anymore, and that's it. So I think we don't have player pose anywhere anymore. We don't have player pose anywhere anymore. Imagine knowing at compile time when player posed. This is not what I meant. What I meant is have a macro that have a piece of code that I want to copy paste in the places where I want to skip the function. So it's not about knowing whether thing is posed or not at compile time. It's about copy pasting the code, right? So instead of copy pasting like condition, I could copy paste like a marker. So this function does not work if everything is posed, right? So yeah, so this function doesn't do anything if the game is paused. That would be actually kind of cool. I mean, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that you're joking. I'm just a little bit tired. So I see. I'm sorry. It's been kind of difficult for me a little bit lately. I'm sorry if I look very tired. I always wanted preprocessor for modern languages because macro are nice. You can have preprocessor in modern languages. Whatever is that supposed to mean? So I suppose by modern language you mean something like JavaScript. Did you know that first release of JavaScript was in 1995? Is that a modern language? Okay. Preprocessor for JavaScript. Well, I mean, you can have a preprocessor for JavaScript. I mean, nobody's forbidding you to have something like hello and put 69 in here and then use CPP on index.js like this. So the only problem is that I think you have to do -p to ignore, yeah, you have to do -p. And then if you actually put hello in here, right, and then you try to preprocess this entire thing, that hello was replaced by 69, right? So you can have a preprocessor in modern languages, whatever that's supposed to mean. Yeah. It's just, it would be kind of cool if the preprocessor for JavaScript was at runtime of the browser, but at the same time, you can implement C preprocessor in JavaScript and run it in the browser. It's not that bad idea, actually, if you think about it. C preprocessor in JavaScript. I'm pretty sure somebody implemented that. Yeah, there you go. So you can have a C preprocessor in JavaScript, written in JavaScript, and that will probably enable you with preprocessing JavaScript in a browser at runtime. And this is kind of what I wanted. Kinda, not really, but I mean, yeah, why not? So this is a C-like. I mean, come on. Well, I mean, maybe it's good enough. But yeah, so you can require this entire thing. Then you can take a file and then save it and whatnot. And yeah, so you can basically have something like that. So yeah, how big of the implementation this is? I would imagine that it's too big. There's a whole compiler. Fuck is going on? But yeah, I didn't see anything special in this idea, to be fair. Oh yay, something broke. Okay, let's take a look at what exactly broke at runtime. Unexpected identifier. Oh, okay. So yeah, I left the preprocessor in the index.js, and that broke everything. I forgot. I forgot that it actually broke everything. Alrighty, so move around, jump, and I can do this kind of thing. And the player now is a separate thing. Isn't that amazing? I think it's goddamn amazing. Alrighty, so what did I introduce here? What did I introduce? Wait, am I still in some sort of a branch? Why am I in a branch? Yeah, I don't think I want to be in a branch. I wanna be in a branch. Okay, cool. Shizuwako, hello. Becoming JavaScript. Yeah, I'm becoming JavaScript developer because I plan to work at Google soon. Yes, that's why I'm learning JavaScript. I never programmed in JavaScript before in my entire life. I had like 15 years of software development career, and I haven't touched JavaScript a single time, and this is me, like my first like raw unfiltered reaction to JavaScript. Yeah, Google engineer in 2 months. Exactly, I'm gonna work at Russian Google office. Yes, at St. Petersburg. So what we're doing? Yeah, we introduced the class player, and we have a position in here, and we probably need to introduce some sort of a health. Right, so it's gonna be health, and what is it gonna be? So how much health is enough health? Player max health, so we're gonna put it like this. Yeah, in 2 months I'm gonna stop streaming because I will finally be working at Google. So this is basically my last streams, right? Essentially, once I learned JavaScript and got that sweet Google job, I'm not gonna be streaming anymore. I'm really sorry, right? So yeah, but I really want to work at Google. I like working at Google more than I like streaming, so that's for sure. Because obviously work at Google pays way more than streaming, so that's why it's just. It is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't. So this one's gonna be 100. 100 and 2. Okay, so we have some sort of a health, and you know what would be cool? To display the health of the player somehow. Let me see how we can do that. So I'm gonna go to the class game, and when we're rendering something, like we're rendering the game, I also wanna render a rectangle. So we do have fill circle, right? We do have fill circle. Where is it defined though? So I kind of wanna define all of these like drawing things up above, like somewhere, yeah, definitely after the color and somewhere here. And also we have a fill text, right? We have a fill text. It's actually called fill message, right? It's going to be fill message. Where is my fill circle defined? I'm going to put it here. So this is going to be like simple utility functions for primitives. And another thing I want to introduce here is fill rectangle. Fill rect. So it's going to accept context, and in terms of the rectangle, what is it going to accept? Is it going to accept the rectangle itself, or would it accept just XY, XYWH, and the color of the rectangle? So the reason why I want to do that is because I want the filter, the global filter, affect rectangles as well, right? So maybe because of that, it should be called not global fill circle filter, but global fill filter, which is a really funny name, not gonna lie, global fill filter. But yeah, so let me quickly rename it. So it's gonna be global fill filter, right? What's funny is that it does not affect text, but it doesn't really have to, right? It doesn't really have to. All right. So, and it's like the idea of the global filter is actually so cool. I really like it. Like at any point I can just apply filter to all of the drawing operations, and the filter is just a function that accepts a color and produces another color. So I may come up with more different filters, maybe the one that inverts colors. Why not? Yeah, I can actually do it right now, I think. So let me try to see if the game still works. Shaders. Well, these kind of functions are already sort of shaders in some sense, but they're really not applied to pixels. They're more applied to colors because you don't know the coordinates of the pixels you apply them to, right? It's more of a like just you work just with colors. Yeah, it's like custom shaders. That's very interesting. Yeah. Alright, so let me try to come up with a different filter in here. So it's going to be class color. So here is the grayscale, and I can try to invert the colors. Invert. And how do we invert the colors? Well, we know that all of our colors are normalized. So what we're going to do here, we're going to do new color. 1 minus this R minus this G. 1 minus this B, and then I'm gonna duplicate alpha, right? And once I do that, in the grayscale, instead of grayscale, what if I just invert the colors? You know what I mean? Just invert the colors, and let's see what's gonna happen. Right. So let me actually do that. So I'm gonna wait until we have some enemies. Right. Just wait until we have some enemies, and I wanna have more enemies. And you see, when I pause everything, it inverts the colors instead. And since we have a system of global filters on the colors, it applies to all of the drawing operations. So yeah, I can replace grayscale with just inverting the colors, and it works. So it's almost like shaders. Well, it's not really shaders, but it's almost like it. It's just a hack that makes it look like shader. Yeah, that's pretty cool actually. Huh. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And I don't really want to have like invert here. I want a grayscale. Yeah, background doesn't get inversed because it's not affected by this. No, it's not a bug. It's by design. Okay, so yeah, let's continue. Right. So and then yeah. Cool. Nice. So what do we have here? So we have, I moved some of that stuff there, and let me go to the fill rect. Let me go to the fill rect, and let's just go to the context and fill rect. Can HTML5 canvas fill rect? How to do that? How do you do that? You just do it like that, surprisingly. You just do fill rect. Cool. But you also have to set the color probably. So it's gonna be context, fill style. I might as well actually like set it like that. Maybe it has to be done like before. Yeah. So we can have a function, something like apply global filter, right? It takes the context and just does the following thing: context, fill style, and it just takes the. I think it's kind of redundant because you always can do something like this, right? So then you fill rect x y w h, and that's pretty much it, I think. So this is how we fill rect. So we provide the context x y w h and the color, and it also applies the global filter and whatnot. So that's pretty cool. So now, what we want to do, we want to draw basically health bar, right? The reason why I'm implementing this fill rect is because I want to draw the health bar. So let's see how we can do that. The health bar, it should be somewhere down in the class game, and in a render function. So we're rendering everything, and on top of that we have to render the health bar. So it's going to be simply fill rect. We provide the context, and it should start somewhere at 0, 0. So width is going to be the whole width of the screen. We're going to use the whole width of the screen, and the height is going to be basically health bar height, right, height, something like this, health bar height. But we need to define it. We need to define it. Health bar. So it's going to be around const health bar height, and let's see what's going to be the optimal one. Maybe it's going to be 50. Maybe it's going to be 50, and let's go back to here. And something went wrong. Something went horribly wrong. Where is my console? Console, please show me the error. To RGBA of undefined. Okay, so in fill rect. Okay, so that returned undefined for some reason. Because I probably didn't provide. Yeah, I didn't provide the color, unfortunately. So fill rect. Yeah, health bar, and I'm gonna use player color as the color of the health bar of the player. I think that makes sense. Okay, that's very interesting. So there's a health bar. Right. Maybe it should have some sort of like a padding, but I'm not sure. Another interesting thing. So let's try. Oh, you see, it also automatically applies the global filter. I really like that. Okay. So maybe the height of the health bar should be a little bit smaller, like 25, because it feels a little bit too thick, right? It feels a little bit too thick. Maybe like around that should be okay. Okay, so yeah, that's cool. So now we want this health bar to depend on the amount of health of the player, right? On the amount of health of the player. Oh shit. So essentially, fill rect, we're gonna take the width and we're gonna multiply it by the percentage of the health, right? By the percentage of the health. What's the percentage of the health? So we take the player and its health, and we define it by player max health, and that gives us the percentage, and we multiply it by width. We just multiply it by width, and it should work. It should work. Maybe we should implement something like lerp. Something like lerping would be kind of cool. Does JavaScript even have any lerping in math? Thingy? Math lerp mix? Huh? It doesn't have anything. Oh, by the way, I think I should be able to now set pose to true, and it will continue. And since I unpause the game not through the toggle pose, it will not reset the filter, right? So it will not reset the filter, so it's gonna continue in a grayscale. It didn't work for some reason, so I don't know why. Huh. All right, so that's really strange. Huh. Game pose. But can I toggle pose? Okay, so I can toggle pose, but I can actually set it for some reason. I don't know why. Don't really. Alright, so So we don't have a lerp right now, right, so I'm gonna set the health of the player. This, it wasn't working because it's pause, not pause. Ah, okay, I'm sorry, I see. I made a typo, but I'm already over it. It was just a small tangent that I wanted to quickly check, but that's not what I'm doing right now. So, okay, I made a typo, I'm sorry. I know that I'm dumb. So, whatever. I'm sorry for being dumb. What I wanted to check? I wanted to check something about health bar. How it's rendered when you don't have a full health. How it's rendered when you don't have a full health. It's gonna be player, and let's actually make like a half of it. Let's actually make a half of it. Oh yeah, so if you have a half of a health, it's gonna be looking like that. Cool. So, and what exactly am I working on? Am I working on actually the ways for player to die? Okay. So now we want to be able to damage the player. Right, we want to be able to damage the player. Damage value, right? And essentially, what we're going to be doing, we're going to be setting the health to health minus the damage, right? But we also want to set the bottom line for the value, so we have to find the maximum between that and 0. So it's never going to be like below 0, right? It's never going to be below 0. It's always, I mean, it's not damage, it's actually value. Yeah, right. Cool. This is very important. This is very important because now we need to code the interaction between enemies and the player, right? Between enemies and the player. So here is the interaction between enemies and the bullets, and the next piece of interaction, maybe it could be another one interesting. Oh, that's cool. I just realized that I could optimize some of this stuff. So if enemy not dead, we're doing this thing. Yeah, that's cool. So we're iterating through all of the enemies, and if enemy is not dead, we iterate through all the bullets, and if the bullet, yeah, bullet can actually kill several of them, but we can do it like that. All right, so, and if it's not dead, we can check if it's that. Also, it can become dead after this iteration, so we have to check it twice. We have to check it twice. And after that, if the enemy position and the player position is less or equal than player radius plus enemy radius, we have to damage the player. We have to first of all kill the enemy, so enemy dead becomes true, and then player damage, and we can have something like enemy damage, right? So we can have something like enemy damage, and let's define the enemy damage. So const enemy, so here they are, here are all of the constants, and what's going to be the damage? So how many times the enemy can touch the player? So it could be something like, let's take health bar height, not really height, player max health, and let's divide it by 5, something like this. Let's divide it by 5. Alright, now every time an enemy touches the player, the enemy itself dies, and it damages the player. I don't know why I was trying to compile this entire thing. Okay, so by the way, I think I need to set this to the full health. I need to set it to the full health, and let's see what's gonna happen. Something bad happened. Alright, so cannot read property sub distance player post, I see. Yeah, speaking of, Kolombetka said that you know, compilation is almost instantaneous. No, it's not almost instantaneous. Let me show you the speed of the compilation of JavaScript. Start counting from like around this time when I refresh the page. There we go. The code compiled in 4 seconds. It took me 4 seconds to get a compilation error. That's the speed of compilation of JavaScript, right? Because compilation is not just additional useless step. It's a step that reveals these kind of errors. It's not instantaneous. It took at least 4 seconds. And by the way, the compilation also depends on what kind of things you're executing. All right. So this is going to be pause. All right. Okay, so as you can see, you get damaged. And at some point, yeah, so you don't die actually. All right, so when the enemy dies, all right, I probably also wanna burst, like play particle burst as well, which is actually very interesting. So now we have this 2 lines of code that essentially kill the enemy, right? And I'm thinking maybe we should extract that into the enemy kill thingy, but again, enemy kill will have to accept particles and whatnot, so it's actually easy to keep it like that. Yeah, and so yeah, cool. All right. Nice. So the next thing that we need to introduce here, we need to introduce the state of the game when the player is dead. We need to introduce the state of the game when the player is dead. Then we also need to introduce a queue of player being damaged, because right now there's no difference visually between enemy being killed and enemy actually damaging the player. Well, I mean, the health actually going down, right? I have an idea. What if we burst the particles in the color of the player? So that's actually a pretty good idea. So essentially, yeah, red particles indicate the damaging of the player, and the blue particles indicates the death of the enemy, like death by a bullet, if you know what I mean. So that's actually a pretty interesting idea. Will it help? Okay, so right now the color I think is hard coded. Where is the color though? Oh shit, okay, so the particle right now doesn't even store its own color, doesn't it? So yeah, oh shit, this one is interesting. Okay, so that means we need to be able to customize the color of the particle. We need to be able to customize the color of the particle. Interesting. I was going to suggest that. You were going to suggest the like color particles. I'm sorry in the post. I'm really sorry for reading your mind. Yes, the color thing. Okay. I'm really sorry for stealing backseating from you. So. All right. So then we set the color, right, like this, and then I can just use this color with alpha. Can't even backseat these days. Well, I had so much backseating yesterday, I'm kind of destroyed today, seriously. So that's why I'm so like not really energetic, because I had to take all of that backseating yesterday and ignore it. And yesterday's stream was really, really tiring, and I don't know why I decided to continue this topic today. I kind of slightly regret it. Alright, so let me actually make a small break because I really want to pee. So I probably also need to refill my water. Small break. It's nothing about JS, to be fair, in my opinion, no offense. It's more like the idea of the game is kind of like turns out pretty cool. I really like it. I really like how it turns out. So yeah, I would probably have as much fun as it like as right now if I implemented that in C, but the difference is that nobody would watch that, right? Because who fucking cares about these boomer languages? Alright, so let's make a small break and you guys have fun. Hello everyone, welcome back. So let's continue. Yes, so we can set the color of the particle, and yes, where do we create the new particles? I think the only place where we create new particles is in the burst particle, and so that means in the burst particle we also have to accept the color, right? We create this new particle and let's provide the color here. And so when we burst this, So this is a bullet, so that means we use a particle color. And I don't think particle color is needed now, because I could probably want to say explicitly enemy color. Alright, and here I can explicitly say the player color. What's up, Fisher Puss? Welcome to the stream. So enemy color. Do we use a particle color anywhere now? Yeah, we don't use it, so I don't think it's needed, right? Because the color of the particle will depend on how exactly we spawn them, right? So there's no particle color per se. There's just, you know, one of the colors. It could be either color of the player or color of the enemy. Alrighty, so let's see what's gonna happen. So here's UID Anaboth. I implemented UID. So when I kill the enemy, it bursts these particles, and now it bursts the red ones. Not sure how well it works. Yeah, it kind of. Actually, let me see. So at the slow pace, it's actually difficult. Yeah, it's easy to avoid them. Maybe avoid. But I want to get to the phase when they start spawning like crazy and just see if I can see how I get the damage. Yeah. So I just want to see if this particular cue of indicating the damage is useful at all. So yeah. So far no damage. So far I didn't get any damage. Oh shit. Okay, it's useful actually. Like I think it's indicating the damage really well. Yeah. I like that. Oh shit. Fuck. It's actually getting really fucking difficult. Okay. Fuck. Fuck. Alright. Fuck. Oh fuck. Oh, I mean, at that point I'm already dead, right? So, essentially. Barely taking damage. Okay. Alright, so that's pretty cool. Nice. I really like that, so I think it's working. I do think it's working. So, by the way, I want to get to the stage when I have a lot of these things and they're spawning like crazy and I get damaged by them. Yeah, so let's actually wait a little bit. So, yep. You know what we can do? We can increase the health on every killed enemy. I think that's kind of cool. So I just want to wait until they start spawning like crazy. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Basically, increase your health as you kill more of them. It's so funny how they how it gets super crazy. Yeah, I just wanted to see how pose looks like. Pose looks kind of great. Yeah. So we pose it and it just yeah, that's cool. Okay, so we've killed our browser, prepare to die. Yeah. Nice. So yeah, now I need to introduce the state of the game when you die, right? When you're dead, essentially. So I suppose it should be pretty straightforward. What I'm thinking about. All right, so we damage the player, right? We damage the player. And at some point, player will have 0 health, and we should start doing some interesting things. For example, okay, if this is posed, we're gonna do that. If this player health is less or equal than 0, we can do a very strange and interesting thing. We can slow down the time. That's a very interesting idea. And you're gonna see soon why exactly I'm doing it like that. We can slow it in half. So rate, I want to actually test this kind of stuff. So enemy spawn rate, enemy spawn cooldown, and I'm gonna set it to 0, 0, like 1 at the beginning, so they start spawning like crazy right away, and that's exactly what I want to see. All right, so. Okay, so I think the time should slow down more significantly. Yeah, it should slow down even more significantly. So how much? Let's actually say 10. I think 20? 20 should be probably okay. So I want it, basically you die and you don't display the player, and you have like bursts of your particles after your death, and everything is just sort of freezes, but not really freezes. You know that effect, but when the world froze, but not really, it still kind of keeps moving, but slowly, right? It's like it goes to slow motion. This is what I want to achieve, and I think it should be possible. So on top of that, when I'm rendering, right, so render the player, so class player render, only if this health is greater than 0. So we're only rendering the player if the health of the player is greater than 0. Yeah, bullet time. I think it's called bullet time. I'm not really good at terminology, so I'm really sorry. Okay, so they're starting to do all of this shit, and they're... Oh shit, that's so cool. Look at that. Well, I mean, they keep dying and everything, but yeah. That is so fucking cool. I think it could be even slower if you think about it. It could be even slower. DT, and then maybe like 50? Like super hot, maybe, I don't know. I never played super hot, unfortunately. Okay. Yeah. So yeah. Cool. It remembers me the intro of Brazilian TV show. Is that a good Brazilian TV show? The intro of Brazilian TV show. I haven't watched Russian TV for so long. I don't even know what's going on there. By the way, Russians, does anyone watch Russian TV lately? I don't know. Is it even worth watching these days? Alright. Okay, that's cool. Russian TV on Google, exactly. So I don't remember when was the last time I watched TV. My mom and dad watch it 24/7. Oh yeah, I mean previous Russian generation still watch it. It's not actually intro, it's an outro, and I just know it because of memes. Ah, I see. TV and aliens conspiracies are the best. Yeah, on Russian, yeah, in Russian TV we have a specific channel dedicated to aliens and conspiracies, and holy shit, it's so and it's so bad. It's so obviously like bad. It's holy fuck. It's to the point that when you watch that channel, it feels like it's parodying itself. Channel reached, you know, such a level of obnoxiousness about aliens and conspiracies that it's basically parodying itself. Like, holy shit. Oh yeah, I know. I think I know that. Basically, imagine if Alex Jones were allowed to have a channel on like a federal TV. If like a federal government actually funded Alex Jones and he was allowed to make like a channel. That's what it feels like actually. Yes, it's exactly that. It's literally like a, oh my god. Holy shit. Are Russian faking political news? Well, I mean, what channels don't do that? In which country they don't do that? Also, what is faking? It's just, you know, looking at a different perspective. Anyway, whatever. Anyways. What do we get? What was that? I don't remember. Yes. So essentially, the problem is that the enemies keep dying to the player, and if enemy is not dead, and first of all, if player health is greater than zero, and enemy is not dead, around 14 seconds. Okay. I hope it's not too loud. Please don't be too loud. Just a second. 14 seconds. Okay. Oh. Oh, I can see that being memeable. Yes, I can see that being a meme. Perfect. It also goes like grayscale and shit. Yeah. You know what? Why can't we make it grayscale then? Alright, so if you... So this is a player. That's actually a game, a great idea. Why not with grayscale this entire shit? Thank you so much, Invote. That's actually giving me an idea. So on top of like slowing everything down, we can also apply a filter, and we already have a mechanism for global filters. Yes. Yes. That's perfect. That's fucking perfect. So if it's greater only then, after a damage, by the way, after a damage, if the health becomes less or equal than 0, if the health becomes less than or equal than 0, we need to set the global filter. Okay, global filter, and we set grayscale filter. Right, so this is basically what we do here. We set the grayscale filter. Alright, so what do we get? Oh shit. Oh fuck. I opened the link again because it's... I pressed Control Shift Tab, and my previous link was the Brazilian show. Alright. Okay, so they start spawning like crazy, and then I die and... That's pretty cool. Oh, I can still shoot. Okay, cool. So now in a rendering, classic, am I right? So if posed that, else if Actually, what's more important? Yeah. So I think it's should be else if. And this one should be else. Else if this player health less or equal than 0. We're saying lol, you're tight. Okay, let me see. You're tight. Okay, so and then you have to refresh if you wanna continue doing this kind of shit and okay, so maybe we can have something better. F5 to restart. Yes. Blur. It's difficult to apply the blur, unfortunately. Or maybe it's not. I need to think how to do that, but yeah. Oh, by the way, we can try to do an invert filter. How about invert filter? Does it have to be grayscale? Grayscale feels too, you know, too much, maybe? Maybe not. I don't know. So let's actually start with the original spawn cooldown. JS shaders, yes. I don't like the health bar. I think the health bar takes too much space on the screen. I think we need to indicate the health somehow differently. Okay. So okay, lol, you died. You died. F5 to restart. Okay. And maybe also space to resume. Like, I mean, yeah, I didn't have to explain too much. You died. So, and also I want to do other things, like, and we keep spawning the enemies, by the way. We keep spawning the enemies, and you can also pause. I think. Key it down. You can still move, but it shouldn't affect anything. So mouse down. Okay. If this player health equals than 0, return. So we don't handle any of this stuff if the player is there. Then what's funny is that you should be able to keep moving. Not really. Not really. So I think we can just skip everything if you're dead. Like, you cannot pause, you cannot do anything, like, you're dead. That's it. So we keep rendering, we keep updating. But you cannot do anything, you're dead essentially. Alright. Yeah. Okay, let me ramp up the this thing like this. What's up, Raul Rita? Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Haven't seen you in a while, by the way. Okay, so I cannot start, I cannot move, I cannot do anything, right? So I cannot even pause. It just says, you died, F5 to restart. Alright, that's actually pretty cool. Yeah. That makes sense. Cool. Cool. Nice. And we're gonna change it to that. So do we have anything else? Okay. Okay, so the only thing I'm unhappy with right now is the health bar, right? Health bar is kind of dumb, not gonna lie. So what could be a better indication of the health of the player? Maybe it could become more grayscale as, or maybe everything could become more grayscale as you go. I don't want to do shrinking, actually. Oh, maybe, I don't know. So the thing about shrinking is that it will make the game easier as you have less health, but maybe that could be part of the mechanic. That could be part of the mechanic. Circle in a circle for health. Well, if the inner circle is if the outer circle is gray, maybe yes. Okay, let me try to do that. That's not a bad idea. Let me think. So when I'm rendering, I'm filling the circle, right? So and oh my god. Let me revert this entire stuff. Okay, so in radius, I'm gonna multiply the radius by essentially health divided by player max health. Alright. So this is gonna be the radius, and the color is gonna be grayscaled. Right, I essentially take its color and I grayscale it, and let's see how it's gonna go. Oh, why am I keep recompiling? I have a strange reflex to trying to recompile this thing. Alright, so let's see what's gonna happen. Is it gonna ramp up super quick? No, it's not ramping up very quick. Okay, so that didn't work for some reason, did I? That literally didn't work. So, excuse me? Is that because it was like an integer division? Is there something like integer division in JavaScript? I don't think there is integer division. I'm pretty sure there's no integer division. Okay. What am I missing? What am I missing? I feel like I'm missing something very important. So if I do grayscale with this thing, yeah, it works. Maybe I have some errors in the console. No, I don't have anything. That's very strange. Because here's the health, I divide it by maximum, and I multiply by radius. And okay, so what if I do something like this then? Oh shit. Wait a second. I actually have to apply that to the different one. Yes, yes. Okay, so I actually fucked up. So yeah, it has to be like this, and that one shouldn't be. God damn it, Anuba. I was about to comment on that, but I mean, yes. Like now, every time I press Ctrl-Shift-T, it opens that Brazilian show thing. You poisoned my cache. You poisoned my cache. Okay, anyway. All right. Anyways, what a cat. Okay, so it looks like shit. So we can probably grayscale it somehow. How can you make it more and more grayscale, like a degree of grayscaleness? You have to do HSL, right? You have to do HSL. Oh, no. Don't draw the background one. But that means it still will be colliding. It still will be colliding with the original thingy. You still will be colliding with the original thingy, so that's kind of a no bueno. I think. Yeah, it becomes smaller, but the collisions is still not. But maybe it could become the game mechanic. Why not? Right. But the problem is that I need to refactor everything now. I need to refactor. Alpha is also gonna look like shit. Trust me. Well, at least I feel like, okay, let's try alpha, but I think alpha is not gonna work. I think alpha is gonna be kind of meh. I think alpha is gonna be kind of meh. I don't like it. Don't like it. So what if we move the... Yeah, so far, modifying the radius sounds like a pretty interesting idea visually. Visually, it's a pretty interesting idea, not gonna lie. But mechanically, we need to now, you know, update. Well, yeah. So, and that's die, and then boom, and yeah. So basically, it becomes easier for you to play as less health you have. Right? It just becomes easier for you to play, and at some point, it's just that. Simply doesn't display health at all, so the player can't know when he will die. Maybe. Okay, let's explore the idea of shrinking the player. So the actual radius of the player is going to depend on its health, right? So that means we're going to have something like radius function, which is going to take player max radius and multiply it by the health divided by player max health. Player max health. So this is going to be the radius that it's going to give us. And essentially, instead of this radius, we're gonna use this radius. And we need to remove player radius completely. So it's gonna become player max radius. And everywhere where we use player radius, right, so enemy radius, well, yeah, player max radius. Player radius. Okay, so here, I just have to use this radius, player radius. So this is a game. This is initial position. It's actually player max radius, then player radius. So this one is going to be this player radius, like this. Another one player radius, and I think that's it. Actually, believe it or not, I think that is it. That should be it. All right, and I broke something. What the fuck? Player radius. So shoot at yeah, I see what I did here. Okay, that's pretty cool. Now, yeah, so basically you become smaller and it becomes easier for you to actually escape. And it becomes, oh my god, it becomes actually difficult to see where you are. I don't like that. No, 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 no. That's a bad idea. No, 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 no. It becomes difficult to see where you are. Really. No, 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 no. No. Yeah. So we have to do something else. One of the solutions would be probably maybe make it more and more grayscale. Okay, so I think I have a better solution right now. Class. So first of all, health bar is going to be very thin, like around 10. And in a place where we do that, we're going to draw that not here. So here's the x, x is okay. Y is going to be essentially height minus health bar height. Alright. Okay, so it's gonna be down below. I think it's better. I like it better. Oh shit. Okay. Okay, so I probably need to just die now. Okay, here's an idea. What if we start making everything increasingly more grayscale? Maybe a small bar at the top left instead of huge bar that's the whole screen. Ideally, I don't want to have any HUD at all, because HUD is kind of like distracting. Let's actually make everything slow. Well, I mean, what about people with color blindness then? I don't know. So that will be kind of interesting. That's already an HUD. Well, yeah, probably. Okay, let me try the idea of grayscaling everything slowly as we go down. Right, so we have a global filter, and maybe we're gonna have additional global filter, something like this. Let global grayness, right? And then we're gonna have a function global grayness filter, that accepts the color, and takes the grayscale with. And unfortunately, in RGB, how can you do the grayscale like gradually? How can you do it gradually? So essentially, in case of a grayscale, the one that we are computing, so we have a grayscale method in here. So we take an average of X, and we actually slowly bringing it there. We're slowly bringing it there. So here's the idea. What if we had like some sort of like a T parameter, which is initially like 1, and essentially you basically lerp between R and X, right? So if you had lerp, you would do this R, X, and T. You see what I mean? So essentially, we take an average between RGB and we bring in them into their average, but then we introduce a parameter that lets us actually control how closer you go to that average thingy. So, and because of that, you can even animate grayness. And I know that it's not correct in terms of like HSL and whatnot, and this is because I don't want to deal with that. So, right, so I want to do something like that. And then another lerp is from B, X to T, and there we go. So this is basically what we can have here if we have lerp, right? Wait a second, JavaScript, does JavaScript even have lerp? JavaScript lerp. No, it doesn't, okay. Lerp A and B and T, right? So and essentially what we do here, we have B minus A multiplied by T, and then we're gonna have A plus this entire shit. Cool. This Sama. Hello. Global grayness. Nice. And it's gonna be 0 initially, right? So that means we're gonna do color, grayscale, global grayness. Cool. Supinic? Is Supinic here? What the fuck? Alright, so now every time we filter everything, we apply... I think first we need to apply the global grayness filter and then global filter at all. Wait a second. Technically, we're not using anything but the global grayness. Let's get rid of all of that shit. Let's get rid of all of that shit. I think that's gonna be epic. I'm gonna explain you why soon. So, essentially, yes, leave only the global grayness. And it's gonna be gray scale, grayscale global grayness. Yeah. So grayscale global. This one is interesting. Okay. Global filter. Okay, so every time we're rendering something, we should recompute the global grayness to according to the health of the player. So we don't need to do that anymore. And in here, right, if this is posed, global grayness is 1. Otherwise, global grayness is this player, health divided by player max health, and that should be it. We don't even need that shit in here. Filter. Cool. All right. Chromium. So that something went wrong. Okay, so let me see where I made a mistake. So grayscale. Initially it's 1. But it has to be 0, right? If it's 0, we should be at this part. So it should be RGB or whatnot. Global grayness. So this is a grayscale. How do we use a grayscale though? Pose. We have to invert it. Shit, we have to invert it like this. So we have to take the health, since it's gonna be 1, so the global grayness has to be 0 in this case. Yeah. I see. So did I save everything? I think I saved everything. Alright, so I can now pause everything. Everything's okay, and hit me with your best thing. Yes, look at that. So to be fair, because of that, the color of the player should be more contrasting than the color of the enemies. So this is a way better way of doing that, in my opinion. So health bar. So health bar height. We don't need to do that. Health bar. Yeah, so we don't have a health bar anymore. So what we have instead, we have a slow grayness increasing over time, right? And here's the problem, like the contrast between the player color is actually too small. Yeah, it's actually too small in my opinion. Right. Okay, and now the ultimate shit. So health, we should heal the player every time it kills the enemy, right? So player damage, but in here we have to do this player heal, kill, heal, right? So, and let's go to the class player. So we have a damage and we have a heal, which is kind of interesting. Value, and it's gonna be actually plus that value, but you cannot go further than player max health. And kill heal, const, where is the constants? So maybe it should be called enemy kill heal. So const enemy kill heal. So essentially you need 5 times get touched by the enemy, but you need 10 kills to compensate for that. Let's actually put it this way. So where's the kill heal? Where do we use it? Enemy kill heal. All right, there we go. So what we're gonna have here. So, and maybe because of that I don't have to modify the color over time. So oh yeah, max, oh yeah, it actually increases. Oh shit, you can actually make it more saturated that way. That's actually pretty cool. Heal, where's the heal? Here's the heal, and it has to be minimum. Yeah. So it has to be minimum. So come on, hit me with something. All right. So yeah, let's actually try to die, and then I can keep killing them, and this will recover my health. Right, the more you kill them, the more it recovers your health, but then at some point you will die essentially. At some point you will essentially die. So we can keep playing like that. Oh shit, oh fuck. Alright, so It's not very colorblind friendly, but I mean, yeah. Maybe we can change the main colors of the. Oh shit, that's actually. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! That was really weird. So it started to kind of disappear. I don't know why. But yeah, so that was interesting. You dead now, sir? Yes. So at the closer to the end, I don't know what it was, but it started like blinking or something. I don't know what exactly happened there. Okay, so now I'm finally more or less happy with with the health mechanics and death mechanics. Yes, I think this is exactly what I want to see here. Yes, that's perfect. So, and I especially like this last wave, that essentially like the culmination of the game. Like you should stop playing, just yeah. Oh fuck. So it's actually super easy to get lost in the. Okay. So that's pretty cool. And the effect of slowing down of the bullet times becomes even more epic, because when you're dying, like there will be probably a lot of particles, right? There will be probably a lot of particles, and they're all in the bullet time is going to look very epic. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. And then you can refresh and start over. WSD to move. You move around. Left click. Blah blah blah. What's up, Beamstream official? Hello, hello. So let me take a look at how I'm gonna die one more time. So I really like that. And then we're gonna claim this issue done. Hopefully. No, we just need loot boxes. Yeah, sure. Yep. I wonder if at some point I'm gonna sleep to the chat and accidentally ban somebody. That would be actually pretty funny, I think. Ah. Okay, cool. Sometimes it just like sleeps through or something, but I guess it's okay. Alrighty. Accident, yeah, exactly. Alright, so what did we do here? So we did a specific to do, no way for player to die. Okay. So now there is a way for player to die. So the next issue is going to be killing enemies does not give any points, and that should be relatively easy. So the only problem is that we will need to display the points somehow, and I guess that's kind of difficult to do without any HUD. Right, so we'll have to introduce something like score and just render it there. Anyway, so let's first do the following thing. Okay, how are we going to say that? Introduce death mechanics. And that closes issue number 5. And we're gonna push that right at the repo. And you can play this game here. You can find the source code in the GitHub, and then in a couple of minutes the latest version should be deployed at sodium.org/zzzwe. It's not the latest version yet, as far as I know, but soon it should be the latest one, so you should be able to play yourself. Only by score when the player dies. Maybe. Yeah, maybe it's a good idea actually, because you're not gonna be like following your score while you're playing. You want to focus on actually. But maybe it's kind of nice to know the score while you're playing. Yeah. Anyway, so let's start working on the score. So let's go here and let's just introduce score. It's gonna be 0. It's very straightforward. Now every time you die, every time you kill, so you get healed and you also get a particular amount of points. So how many you get? Enemy kill score, right? So this is what we're gonna have here, right? So enemy. So how many of the points we're gonna give? I guess it just depends. We can give like 100 points. Why not? It's just something. Leaderboard. I'm not sure about leaderboard. We'll see. We'll see. Right button only works when I use capital D. What right button? We don't even handle right button. Right. So okay. I want to make a cup of tea, chat. Yes, you can make a playfield beer. Okay. Ooh, this is hard. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, you can actually zoom out. And by the way, yeah, for me it becomes extremely slow if I zoom out. So this is something for me to take into account. So what I'm thinking actually. So yeah, we keep you know, adding to the score. You died. Score. This score. Your score. This is not how we do that. Yeah, I remember. I know how to JavaScript, trust me, chat. Trust me. I have no F5 on my Mac, but yet you understood what I mean. Right. So. Okay, so let's actually try to play it as usual. I think it's kind of a bad idea to hide that from the player, like hide the score from the player. Wait a fucking... What the hell happened? Why they don't die anymore? What did they break? Wait a fucking second. When did they break something? Oh, I'm playing the version on Sodin.org, which was not properly redeployed yet, apparently. And I'm thinking, what? Am I going crazy? Yes, I am going crazy. Okay, so this is the latest version. Alright, so let me open this in Chromium. Oh my god, I'm so tired, but I still haven't finished everything. I wanted to finish this game today, but apparently there's still too much. Okay, so perfect. It already broke. Game update, where it broke and why, because we don't have score. So what did it say? Uncode reference score is not defined. Yeah, because I have to do this. Score plus, yeah, it has to be this. Okay. Anaboth, do you see this? Do you see this? Is like, is that like the hugest meme in Brazil? Like, is I think we found the Brazilian detector. Yes, we found the Brazilian detector. You are the second Brazilian who actually points that out. That's very interesting. All right. That's very interesting. Make it 3 Brazilians. Okay, so yeah. Nice. Brazilians are everywhere. Yeah. Cool. Game detector. Yeah. So I just want to see the score, I think. I just want to play as usual and get as much of the score as possible. Not bad, not bad at all. Your score. Cool. Binary score, yes, exactly. It's a binary score. Now we need to get a non-binary score. How about that? The scale should scale with difficulty, probably. Okay, so I think I'm fine with that solution. Right. I'm fine with that solution. So what we're gonna do here is just claim it as done. So maybe I'm gonna like change the score in the future. Oh shit! Fuck. So I definitely need to make a small break because I'm really like losing the focus. All right. Introduce score. Introduce score and close 6. Let's push that right into the repo. Alright. Spawning rate ramps up too quickly. Sometimes the menu responds outside of it, but it can easily get lost outside of the screen. Explosion attack. I was thinking about some sort of explosion attack, but I'm not sure if I want to implement it right now. I think it's kind of outside of the scope. Yeah, I'm gonna just move it away from this thing. It's kind of like a nice to have. You can do something simple like score spawn rate, maybe. So yeah, I really want to make a break because I'm losing focus. So I'm gonna just start making tea. Does anyone have any questions while I'm making a cup of tea? Maybe. What tea? It's just a regular tea. Regular black tea. Does anyone have any questions? While I'm making a cup of tea. Oh yeah, by the way, the game is completely unfinished and it may not work in other browsers, so so far I'm making sure it works on my machine. Multiplayer when? Probably not in this game, because I plan to finish this game like in 2 days. So basically I'm game jamming this entire game. So I'm cutting down a lot of features actually. So which language would you recommend to a programmer trying to get more into functional programming, especially concepts like monads? PHP. I think PHP is great for learning monads. So I personally learned monads by using PHP every day. So if you use PHP every day, 3 times per day before the meal, the monads will come to you. Yes. Alright, so I'm gonna quickly go and make a small break, I think like 3 minutes or so. Let's actually make this thing. 3 minutes. Okay, but see, if you want serious answer, knowing monads doesn't really make you a better programmer. And people who disagree with that, they're just trying to cope with the fact that they wasted a lot of time learning all of that bullshit. Okay. Anyway, so let's make a small break and you guys have fun. Yo, what's up? Welcome back. Yeah. Spawn array ramp up so quickly. Sometimes enemies are spawned outside of the screen. So I'm not quite sure. Why didn't I refresh that? Explosion. I unassigned it, didn't I? I specifically unassigned it, and it didn't work. Microsoft. Lost outside of the screen. So I think the most interesting part in here, player can easily get lost outside of the screen, and I want to address that. You want to address that. So I want to introduce the notion of a camera that follows the player. I think that will be actually kind of cool. And maybe we're going to implement a similar camera we implemented for something, right, where the camera actually follows you, right, around and whatnot. So I think that will be actually kind of cool. And furthermore, I can move all of these functions like fill text, fill message, fill, well, yeah, fill circle, fill rect into the camera, and I can move the filters into the camera. Right, and basically by modifying the position of the camera, I also automatically will modify the positions of the objects that I'm doing, so I can automatically do all the translations. Okay, I want to address this thing. So essentially, you're going to be moving in an infinite world, and you're going to have a camera that slowly follows you. Right, so we're going to have something like that. I think it's going to be pretty cool. Yeah, so yeah, it's gonna be epic. Yeah, I need to go to the kitchen and just pour myself some hot water. Right, so nice. So we're gonna introduce a camera, and the game is gonna look majestic, absolutely freaking majestic. So. Now that you are embracing Zoomer technology, Vulkan stream when? How JavaScript is a Zoomer technology? I don't understand. It's old as fuck. It came out when I was 5 years old. Seriously. How is that Zoomer? Alright. And speaking of Vulkan, right, oh, if Zoomers use it, I see. Speaking of Vulkan, Vulkan doesn't work on my laptop. I try to set up Vulkan, it just doesn't work. I'm sorry. I wish at some point I can find motivation to start building up a good streaming environment with like good hardware, so I can like do some interesting things. For example, I wanted to try to program mesh shaders unironically. Seriously. But unfortunately, I'm just too depressed to do anything about that. So, yeah, I'm really sorry. I cannot do anything. So essentially, like, I'm following the path of the least resistance right now. So I have my setup, and I cannot force myself to do anything to improve it, at least at this point. I wish I could, but I just cannot do that. I try to start into Vulkan sometimes, but the fact that you have to install the SDK always makes me drop the idea instantly. I don't even know what you need to do for the Vulkan, and yeah. So, yeah. Anyways, Let's continue. So I think I want to introduce the camera. So player can easily get lost outside of the screen. So let's go. So what we're gonna introduce here, right? So we have all these things like fill circle, fill rect, fill message, and I'm not sure if I want to make fill message part of the camera. So yeah. Okay, let's introduce a class called camera. Camera. And interestingly enough, oh, that may actually make the centering player very easy. Right, so we can have the position equal to new vector 2 0 0. It's a huge process to get the correct environment. It isn't as easy as to just install libgl-dev. Yeah, and I'm a little bit afraid that maybe that will actually slow down that, you know, people adapting Vulkan. But to be fair, maybe not, because OpenGL and Vulkan were created in different cultures of the programmers. So back in OpenGL times, people were okay writing everything from scratch and using these APIs. Vulkan, on the other hand, is developed not really for the programmers, not really for the game development programmers. It's developed to just hook it up into the engines, and it is expected that you're never going to program in Vulkan directly. It is expected that you're going to use Vulkan via a game engine. So that's why it's so bureaucratic and so difficult, because it's almost like it's not designed for humans, right? It's more of a it's designed for engines. At least that's what it feels like. I never programmed in Vulkan, I just read a little bit about it, but that's my impression of Vulkan. It's not for humans, it's for engines. Something like Ninja build system. That's a good analogy, by the way. Yeah, yeah. So Ninja build system was designed not for humans, but for other build system to generate Ninja files. Yeah, that's a good analogy, actually. Huh. Not bad. So, yeah. So, what's up, So Very Sour? Welcome to the stream. Alright, people are getting bored of me talking about this entire shit. Okay, so let's introduce the camera. Yeah, we're not gonna have any particular constructors, and the only methods I'll probably have is DT, right? Because I'll need to animate the camera, and we also need to, we don't need to render anything actually. So what we need here is maybe introduce some grayness, right? We're gonna have some grayness, which is initially 0. And then we're gonna move all of these methods in here, right? We're gonna move them in here, like this, and it's gonna be just a fill circle, right? So we set the context and we use just this grayness. It's not a grayscale, grayness. So, and then we're gonna remove that, we're gonna remove that, but on top of that, yes. So here's the center, and we need to update it, right? So the position of the camera is actually at the center already. So it sort of like defines an offset. It's almost like defines an offset. So we need to take the position of the camera, and if the position of the camera moved, right, to the right, we have to subtract the position of the object because it goes back. So, and we subtract, yeah, we take the position of the object, like the center, and we subtract the position of the camera, and that's where we have to render everything. So let's call it something like screen center, right? It's going to be screen center. And then we're going to use the screen center to actually render everything. Screen center. There we go. So this is how we're going to do all that. So, and similarly, so if I'm going to have like a fill rect, I'm going to have a fill rect, and it's going to be just a method in here. So we take that and we take that, And here's the XY, and what I want to do, I want to create like a new thing here, X and Y, and I'm going to subtract this pose, and then we're going to have screen position in here. So and then I can use screen pose X and then screen pose Y. There we go. So that seems to be working. Cool. So, but that is not particularly enough, because I want the position of the camera to be at its center. So that means I have to be, yeah, I have to know width and height of the context and whatnot. So this is just a grayness. Jiang, welcome to the stream. So you probably missed yesterday's stream and everything. Hope you're okay, by the way. We're developing just a game that you can actually play on the Tsoding channel. So you can play it here if you're interested. And essentially this is how it looks like, right? So you can move around and you can shoot at things and you can kill things. And that's pretty much it. So yeah. So the most interesting part is going to be at the end of the game, because basically, as time goes on, the more things are getting spawned. So, and at some point you won't be able to keep up. So that's kind of the premise of the game. It's just like life, yes, exactly. Yeah, at some point you die, and it displays your score. Yep. So that's pretty much the game so far. We keep improving it. We keep making it better. I'm not sure about leaderboard, because for leaderboard I need like a server and whatnot. But maybe not in today's stream. This insane increase in difficulty is so funny. Yeah, it's kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. I think it should be way more subtle. That's definitely, yeah. Don't you think? Well, I don't know. I didn't notice. I didn't notice that. No, I don't think so. No, I don't think it's too quick. Nah, never come to my head. Didn't think about that. I don't think it's too bad. Anyways, so let's continue. So we're gonna have a camera, and I also want to have some sort of like a camera velocity. Yeah, let me think. I need to probably draw. Sozin, didn't you notice that, you know, the enemies are spawning very fast? Did you notice? Like, you developed the whole game from the ground up, and didn't you notice that it spawned too fast? I don't know, Zodin, I think you should notice that. So, Pinik, what's up? What's up? Bill. Have you seen the epic death effect that we introduced? So, we now have a pretty epic death effect. Let me show you. So, yeah, so essentially, as the enemies touch you more and more, yeah, so this is the death effect, essentially. It's not like as dramatic as at the end of the game. So essentially, if we set the spawn rate to like 0001 at the beginning, like if we actually make it spawn like crazy since the beginning of the game, the effect is going to be more dramatic actually. Look. So, oh shit, I'm actually, god damn it. Something is broken, of course. Everything is broken. Okay. And of course I need to I was in the middle of implementing something. It's kind of difficult to do demos in the middle of implementing something. Okay, so look. When you start doing that and then it kills you, it's even more dramatic, I think. Right, especially if we have shit ton of enemies and a shit ton of particles, it just looks so cool when you like go into bullet time. It's just pretty cool. Right. I don't know if you noticed, but there is a pretty cool mechanic. Basically, the enemies don't attack you until you go through a tutorial. There is a tutorial phase, so you can stay here for as long as you want. The enemies don't start spawning until you try to move. Then, until you try to shoot, and now they start spawning. So basically, the game makes sure that you know how to play the game, and only then it starts spawning enemies. So yeah, and we have a tutorial as a simple state machine that basically switches its state on different events, right? So basically first it waits for you to move a little bit, then it waits for you to shoot, and only then it allows spawning. So it's actually pretty cool. I'm really happy with this tutorial. So, and it's actually super subtle. This tutorial is super subtle because the majority of people who start playing this game, they don't even notice this tutorial, and they don't even notice that the enemies don't spawn until you actually go through it. It's just like very subtle and very cool. I really like that. Yeah. So it's pretty cool. Anyways, so what I was doing, so it's gonna be like that. Oh shit! I think I'm an idiot. I just actually discarded the stashed changes about the camera. God fucking damn it. Okay. Alright, so I want to unplug this entire thing. So let's introduce the camera yet again because I accidentally removed it. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm using vanilla API. Well, I mean, yes, I'm using HTML5 canvas. I mean, that's already something. HTML5 canvas is pretty much like a whole framework that you can work with. All right. Okay, so here's that, and this is that. Okay, so let's introduce the camera. And we're gonna have a position which initially 0, right? All of that is 0, and we also probably want to have a velocity, right? And we're also gonna have a grayness, which is initially 0. And what we want to do here, we want to move all of these things into the camera. We're moving them into the camera. Cool. So all of that becomes this, and then this. And this global grayness becomes just this grayness. There we go. So then I go to the class game, and I'm introducing the camera. And funny enough, so I will have to pass camera everywhere now, so which is not particularly convenient in my opinion. What I'm thinking is that maybe camera should wrap the context. I think that's the best way to go about it. Camera should wrap the context, and every time we're passing the context, so instead of passing context around, we should pass camera around. Yes, that's actually a way better approach. Yeah. So, and that means we'll have to introduce a constructor. Context. So we're creating a camera for a specific context. So, and that means we don't have to specify this anymore. And if we want to refer to the context, we can just do that. Right. Then just do that. Yep. That's pretty cool. And because of that, maybe it makes sense to put the fill message into the camera. Right. Into the camera. So this one is going to be this, and the context is actually also this. There we go. Nice. And what's funny is that we should create that camera. Well, it should be part of the game. Should be part of the game, if you ask me. But we need to be able to construct the game there. That means I'll have to move the game back into here. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe it doesn't matter, but whatever. Because now I need to provide the context, and in the game, in the constructor of the game, do I even have a constructor of the game? No, I don't. Constructor. I construct the context. Right, so here's the context. And in here, I'm gonna do this camera, new camera, context. There we go. And now, because of that, when I'm rendering everything, I don't have to provide this context anymore. Yes, I don't have to provide it because the game has that context inside of the camera. Yes, perfect. So now, when I render a thing in a context, right, what I'm doing here is just I'm doing this camera context canvas width, which is a little bit crazy, but that's okay. Clear rect. All right, so clear rect is very interesting. So I might as well actually make it method of the camera. You know what I mean? So I can say something like clear, right? And it's not gonna accept anything, and we're gonna do something clear rect. So first of all, we're gonna take the width and height, the current width and height, and then we're gonna do this context clear rect and 0, 0 width height, and I think that's it. Not react, rect. Clear rect. Where is another one? Clear rect. And so now I can just do this camera clear. There we go. So yeah, when I render the entities, render entities is not a part of the game, and I think it should. It should be part of the game, if you know what I mean. So it should be part of the game. So because then you don't have to provide the context. So the only thing you can do now is just to provide this camera. Right, and now I can just do like this. Refactoring JavaScript is actually hella scary. So, Supinik, are you still here? How do you refactor JavaScript? This shit is so fucking scary. How people do that? Alright. Because you may forget something and that will get into production. And like, I just don't know how people do that. Seriously. Camera. So this camera. Okay. You probably rely on IDEs or something, yeah. Okay, context. So here's the camera, here's the context, and stuff like that. So that makes sense. Okay, when I'm rendering particles, right. There's a type in error height, maybe. Camera. Right, and then we can do something like camera clear. Yeah. Height. Let's go back. Render camera. Okay. Render context. Okay, so now it's just a camera. And it's gonna be a camera. Render context. So I now have to go through all of these things. Camera. And this will become camera this. Render context. Camera. Camera. I don't even remember what Supinik uses. I remember that he uses some sort of IDE, but I don't remember which one. Context. Okay, so this one is a camera. Render context. I think I went through everything here. So here's the context only in the camera. Context only in the camera. Then I construct the context here. Then I take width and height. I might as well actually turn this entire stuff into the methods of the camera. Right. So context. And I guess that's it. Yeah. So I actually refactored everything, I think. So in a class camera, I can now have width and height. Let me see. So it's going to be width, which is essentially return Emacs. By the way, can I just have GS mode? Because it's kind of, yeah, return. Oh my god, maybe GS2 mode. Context canvas width. Okay, cool. Alrighty. So I need to sip my tea. Sorry if I missed something, but what's the reason why you're using JS instead of TS? Because TS introduces additional cost to maintenance. Which might come to some people as a shock, but yes, there is a maintenance cost in using TypeScript. There is. I can demonstrate you, actually. Right now, I can just open this file in a browser. And that's it. I just started the game. You don't have to do anything. I just started the game. It's that easy. In case of a TypeScript, I have to basically have an additional step. For example, if I want to automatically deploy this game via GitHub Actions, right, that means I have to set up CI that runs TypeScript and puts it into appropriate branch and make sure everything's okay. So in this case, I don't have to do that. In that case, I can just enable GitHub Pages and it will just automatically work. So yeah, that's the reason why I'm not using TypeScript. Does it make sense? But the gain is much higher. Numbers. Show me the numbers. Demonstrate that it's higher. Proof. Where is the proof? It's just it's a claim that is not backed by anything. It's just a meaningless claim. I just demonstrated you that how it decreases the maintenance cost by actually eliminating this in these steps, and the claim that the gain is much higher is just not backed by anything, so I'm sorry. Again, not backed by anything. Not backed by anything. Just a meaningless claim. Alright, so let's continue. Cool. So let's go back and let me see. So this is all right. So let me refresh everything and let's go through the compilation errors. A global grayness is not defined. So, oh yeah, this is basically where we do that. So I need to go through all the places where we use global grayness. We probably don't need it anymore. Wait a second, okay. Yeah, global grayness. So now I can just do this camera grayness. Right. Camera grayness. Global, I think that's it. Okay, so let's see. All right, so there's still one error. A field message. Okay, so where's a field message? So that's another mistake. Oh, right. So I want to play until the death, just to go through all of the execution paths. And also play test, sure. Okay, so... And... Okay, so now another compilation error. Yep. So field message, what does it say? Oh yeah, there's no such thing as field message. Alright, so... This field message, this camera, okay. Camera field message, alright. So I might as well actually set the spawn rating to 0, 0, 1 to make it a little bit higher. I'll just refresh everything, so it should start almost immediately, and yeah, there we go. So that's pretty poog, not gonna lie. Alright. That's pretty cool. So we introduced the camera. So in the camera, class camera. So I also want to have an update function, right? That basically, oh my god, it's so slow. JS2 mode is extremely slow, actually. I'm gonna try to switch to just a regular JS mode because JS2 mode is very slow. TypeScript would probably catch that field message error, just like runtime of V8. What kind of argument is that? What kind of argument is that? That's literally what V8 environment did. It also catch that error. Okay, so here's the thing. I do not disagree that statically typed compiled languages are better than dynamically typed. Trust me, like I'm a huge fan of statically typed programming languages. Guys, your arguments are shit. You are not defending your favorite paradigm really well. I do agree that like statically typed compiled languages are great, but your arguments for that are shit, straight up. I'm sorry to tell you that, no offense. So, because yes, that's exactly what the runtime did. That's exactly what runtime did. So what? How is that an argument? In my opinion, it always depends on the project and your personal preference. For this small game, you don't need all of these advantages that TS brings. A bigger project, which more personally, I would never go back to JS. You're right, this is exactly why I'm doing that in JavaScript, seriously. Because I'm gonna just jam this program for 2 days, and I'm just gonna forget about it. Right, so, and I'm gonna waste more time on setting up the like npm project and also continuous integration to deploy it, like and stuff like that, instead of actually prototyping the game. All right. Again, so like, look, I just opened the HTML. The game is running. That's it. I'm already running the game. I don't have to do anything. The cost is just beautiful. So my problem with people defending their technologies, they always act like there is no cost or cost is negligible. that's my problem with people when they try to defend their technology. Like, they become completely blind to the cost. Absolutely fucking blind. And they make absolutely fucking insane claims about the cost. It's just, oh my god. Holy fuck. There's always a cost, no matter what the fuck you're trying to do. Alright. So, and I learned that very hard way. And what's funny is that you don't even try to understand what I'm doing, right? So you're not even trying to understand the context of this project. You don't care. You just come here to defend your favorite technology, right? So do you even care what I'm doing? Like, do you even care what is my goal? And like anything else in the context? You probably don't. Seriously. You're just here to annoy everyone, so I don't know. Cool. So here's the update, and how we're gonna do that actually. So it's gonna pose, and it's gonna be add this val scale, and we're gonna scale it by the t, and it's gonna be just pose. So this is how we're gonna update the velocity, and velocity is gonna be set to this entire thing, right? So here's update. The thing is now I need to update the center accordingly, right? So I take the, so if position is that, center should go to the left. So I mean I'm subtracting. So I take center and I subtract this position. So I just subtract it and it goes to the left, and that's exactly what I want to do. But in other case, like the actual position will depend on width and height. So that means I should have some like centered position or whatnot. Right. So maybe I also have to take width and height in here. And I need to really think how we're gonna do all that. Okay. So what do we have here? So here's the position, and essential. Oh my god, I need to do this entire thing here. Right, so here's the position, and if I change it here, it's gonna be that. But if I want this to be at the center, that means I have to add half of the screen to the center. Okay, so that kind of makes sense. So I subtract the position and I add this v2, and I need to calculate this entire thing as well. So maybe I just need a function to screen, right? To screen. So which accepts the point, right? Which accepts the point and maps that point to the screen. So in the way it's gonna do that, center sub point, well, not center, like actually point, then this position, and then it should add the 2, width 2, height 2, and then it should return this entire thing. Cool. Now, so I have a center, and I need to map it to something else. It's gonna be what? Screen center, right? Screen center is gonna be this 2 screen center, screen center, screen center. There we go. So this one could be const, whatever, it doesn't matter. Calm down. Okay, so this one is width and height, so this shouldn't be. All right, so new v2 is going to be xy, and I need to do this to screen. Right, I need to convert it to screen, and then it's going to be const screen center, screen pose, and it's going to be screen pose x, screen pose y. Cool. Screen pose y. Okay. So let me see. And it didn't really work if you think about it. So why is it like that? It's kind of the center, but also at the same time, it's kind of like, it's not really at the center. Why? So you take, I know why. I know. That makes that makes perfect sense. This is exactly what should happen. So it works as intended. So essentially you need to spawn the player at 0, 0. Right. You should spawn the player at 0, 0. Okay. Perfect. Oh my god, this is actually looks so cool. I really like that. It's kind of off-centered. Holy fuck, I only noticed that how off-centered it is. Can I now do the following thing? In terms of height, subtract 15. So I need to close. Oh my god, just close it. Oh shit. Not subtract, add. No, it's. Why did it actually do that? Why is it not? So it's probably not in pixels, but could be alright. Shit. The mouse is not moved correctly. Okay, mouse position. Now we need to do the opposite thing. Okay, so mouse position. And we need to take the mouse position from the screen and move it into the world. Right, we have two screen and we need to move it to world. Right, so it's gonna be the point, and it's gonna be kind of similar. It's just you have to do the separations in reversed order. Right, it's gonna be point, sub, this thing, and add this position. So that's basically what it is. So it's just basically a reversed one. Right, and mouse pose. So by the way, you don't need this one, I think, but we can remove that later. So mouse pose, you take this camera to world. Right, you move it to the world, and that should actually bring us the happiness. And I think it did. Perfect. So that's pretty cool. So we start at the center, and everything looks okie dokie. You know what's cool? You know what's cool? Now we are ready to animate the camera. So it's gonna be update. Where's the class game? Update. And what we're doing here, we're just updating everything. I might as well actually update the camera somewhere here. We're gonna do camera, this camera update DT. And how we're following the camera? I think we're just setting this velocity. This camera velocity is equal to. So you have a position of the player and you have a position of the camera. So you take the position. Okay, we can do something like set target this player position. So, and we can move that into the logic of the camera. I think that's going to be the best one. So it's going to be camera. And so it's going to be set target. Okay, set target. And so this is what we're going to have here. And what this thing does, let's actually take the target like this. You take the target and you subtract the position of the camera, and that gives you the a vector. So we might as well actually set velocity to that specific vector, and it's going to be very interesting. So let's see how. Why do I keep recompiling? Yeah. So that looks very strange. So essentially, what it looks so weird because there's no point of reference. There's literally no point of reference, and that's really fucking tripping, if you ask me. Yeah. Yeah, that's too much. But essentially, what's going on here is that the camera is basically following the player, and you're moving inside, like, yeah. Yeah, there's no point of reference, unfortunately. Yeah, that's so bad. You see what's going on here? You see what's going on? Yeah, and then it dies. So, since there's no point of reference, it's not clear that the camera is actually moving and whatnot. So, what kind of point of reference can be introduced? I don't even know. Shouldn't be the enemies be the reference? Yes, but they are moving. So. You know what? Maybe we should not do the velocity thing then. What if we set the... yeah, let's actually literally set it like that. But then you cannot see that you're moving. Then you cannot see that you're moving. So there should be some sort of a background. So so the entire idea with the camera is actually it's not working. The entire idea with the camera is not working. Or maybe it is. So the only thing we can have here is the background, a moving background. But if we're gonna have a moving background, all right. Footprint of the player. Maybe. Okay, let's give it a try. That's not a bad idea, actually. A slightly visible grid could be another idea. Yeah. Put rocks in the background. It's the same as the grid idea. Same idea. So, what I wanted to do? Trail. Okay, trail. Class player. Okay, so we need some sort of a trail inside of the player, right? Okay, so and every time you update, you push this thing into the trail, right? Trail, push this position, and then you update yourself. All right, when you're rendering yourself, right? When you're rendering yourself, we can do the following thing for each dot of trail. Is that how we do that? Of this? Oh yeah, so I'm using a different JS mode. Yeah. So of trail, we basically subtract. Well, we basically render this circle there. We will basically render it at the position of the dot, and that's pretty simple. That's pretty straightforward. That's pretty straightforward. But then, when we update everything, we have to just do it like this. Right? So we might as well actually do this trail map. It's going to be x minus player trail fade out rate something multiplied by dt. So that's the first thing we can do here. And then we can filter out those who are less than 0. So, oh, it's a, yeah, we need to know position plus its fade out rate. Ooh. Okay, so that means every time you have to, if you update, you have to push not that, but rather something like pose and then alpha, if I understand correctly, and it's going to be just 1. And if you're rendering this entire thing, right, you're rendering actually dot pose, right, you're rendering dot pose, and then when we're filtering out, we're filtering out actually a, so, but we also do it like this. Not really convenient. Okay, so we have to do it slightly differently. So it's going to be let dot. Oh yeah, I already have a loop in here. So this is going to be dot a minus this thing, and there we. It didn't copy paste it. Okay, and then I can do the filter. So I can do the filter. Hopefully. It has to be the trail, right? It has to be the trail. Then, right, then this trail. There we go. This trail, and then player trail. Oh, no, player. So how quickly is gonna fade out? Let's see. So it could be fading out within a single second. Maybe it's like around like 2. And it's probably gonna be shit. And when I'm actually rendering it, I'm not using A. And I'm wasting too much on this idea. I think it's not gonna work, first of all. Second of all, it's just too much time on something that's not gonna work, probably. Too much time on something that's definitely not gonna work. So when I'm fading out, I'm gonna just using this with alpha dot A. So that's basically what we're doing. And let's actually go through the phases of this stuff. And did it even do anything? I didn't see anything. It feels like it doesn't do anything. Does it add anything to the trail? Maybe it does. So every time we update, we push this there. Then we iterate over dt. It could be too fast, actually. So let's actually make it like 1. And I don't quite understand why it doesn't do that. So when I'm rendering, so let's try console. Maybe I can do debugger. Yes, there's this thing, debugger, right? So okay, it is not even doing anything. So because it's never pushing anything. Why is it not ever? Why is it never pushing anything? Okay. Wait. It did something. Okay. Well, it should work then. Oh, it's so weird. Like, did it work or did it not? I don't understand. Okay. So I'm confused. I'm so tired and confused already. So is this because of this thing? Okay, so let's actually never update them. Let's never update them. Okay. Let's never update them. Doesn't work. Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Why isn't it pushing anything there? I'm not even updating them. Grader! Oh my god, filter. Okay, so logic of the filter actually screwed me over. I see. Now it's working. Okay, so that makes sense. It's like opposite logic. It's an opposite logic completely. TypeScript would have actually caught that, of course. Yeah, there we go. And it looks like shit, by the way. It's an interesting idea, but it looks like shit. So... Okay, so we can try to... Oh my god, it's so shitty. Okay, so rate... let's actually increase the red twice, and let's see. Okay, so it could be something like 4. I really don't like it. But it gives the point of reference though. And what's funny is it gives you an opportunity to actually move away from the enemies. Maybe decrease the radius. Yeah, maybe it's not. Yeah, okay. So decreasing the radius would be actually kind of cool idea. So I like that. All right. So it could be like half of it. Let's say it's gonna be half of it. It could be actually decreasing over time, like over. Okay, so how about make it faster? Rate is gonna be 8. Okay, so making it faster is actually worth it. What about like 6? And also I want to change the thing over time. Rate. Okay, so the way we're gonna do that actually is we'll need an n. It's gonna be const n this trail length. Length I set. Thank you very much. And we need to iterate them by indices, unfortunately. I wish I could do that. Yeah, so we'll have to iterate it by indices. So let I 0 less n plus plus I, and this one is going to be this trail I position, and we use this trail IA, right? And essentially, this entire thing is going to be the following. We can sort of interpolate it. We need like a reverse lerp, I think. We need a reverse lerp, but we can easily do something like I divided by n, right? Multiplied by I divided by n. So, and it needs to be reversed, I think, right? So, because it's keep increasing, so we have to do something like 1 minus this thing. And, oh, it doesn't need to be reversed, okay. Okay. So, something like this. So that's actually pretty cool. Okay. Alright. So, and you know, actually being able to escape from enemies gives like a whole new, you know, mechanic. Okay, thank you whoever suggested to add the trail. I think the trail is actually working if you refine it a little bit. If you like kind of refine it, like around like the 5. So I think it's kind of working. Maybe even 4. Trail and initial opacity. What is it gonna do? Class player. What is it gonna do? So opacity, initial opacity. Okay. Did it do anything? It literally didn't do anything. What about like half of it? Maybe I'm missing something. What about this? that spawning trail often would look nicer. Looks much better. Okay. So I think around like 2 was actually, that's it. Yeah, I think that something like this was actually pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, because there's no indication of move. Okay, so this is a pretty great reference. What if we add the trail to the enemies as well? That's a very interesting idea. So, but to do that, we need to extract the trail into a separate class. Okay. So what do we need in the trail? We need to keep track of this trail. And essentially, we can update it. Okay, so we definitely need to be able to update it, and we need to be able to render it via the camera and whatnot. Right, and we can also push a new position there. Right, push a new position. And let's actually do all of that. So this is the rendering, right? This is how we render this trail. But on top of that, we don't have a radius, so we need to keep track of the radius and whatnot. And I think it makes sense to do that through constructors. So it's going to be a radius, and we're going to set the radius to this radius, and then I can use this radius. Cool. So, and now it's going to be this trail render camera. Cool. So now in the constructor, this trail, I mean, I can actually construct the function. Thank you so much for the subscription. I cannot answer to you. Thank you so much. Trail is player radius. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You're very cool. Okay, so now we need to be able to update this entire thing. So this is what I'm using an update. Right, so yeah, let's actually push this entire thing here. And this is gonna be... Wait, I removed update. Where is the update? Where is update? Here is update. So that means this update dt trail. Update trail, and this trail is going to be just push this position, and that means if I do push, it's going to be this trail push this. Cool. Not necessarily just this. So yeah, now we have a trail as a separate entity, right? We have a trail as a separate entity. So let's see if it's actually working. It is working. Cool. So now the reason why I want to do it like that is because it should be easy to add this trail into the enemy, right? So we do trail, new trail, enemy radius, right? So here's the enemy radius. Every time you update something, so you push a position into the trail, and also this trail update dt, and then when you render something, you have to do this trail render camera. There we go. And actually in the class player, when I render something, I should, yeah, I render trail behind. Epic. So I have a trail here, and let me see. Oh shit, they also have a different color, and also they move too slow. Yeah, they also move too slow. Okay, so we also need to customize the trail with the color. So yeah, we also have a color, radius, color, and this one again is going to be color. And now when I'm setting the color, right, so it's going to be this color with alpha, trail fade out rate, and we also should be able to customize the fade out rate, but that's a completely different story. So trail, player radius, and player color, and for the enemy class, enemy is going to be enemy color. There we go. All right, so now we have that. It moves really nicely, and you can barely see it actually. You can barely see the this thing. So we also should customize its rate. So new trail, player trail fade out rate. We can actually call it, I think, just trail rate. Trail rate, cool. Player trail rate, and in another trail, enemy trail rate. Enemy trail rate, and in the player trail rate it's 4, and for the enemy it should be a little bit slower. Because we want to be able to see them. All right, and in the class trail, we accept the rate. Right, we accept the rate, and we use that rate in here. There we go. Okay, so show me what you've got. Show me what you've got. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so enemy trail rate should be like 2, maybe. Maybe the trail rate should depend on the speed. 2 is okay. 2 is okay actually. What if I make for the player 2 as well? Nah, doesn't work. It should be 4. Okay. Maybe we can have something for the booth as well, who knows? So, and what's funny is that you can actually try to escape them as much as you can, right? So now you have an opportunity to escape from them, and maybe like insane spawn rates are not that much of a problem anymore, because you can keep escaping them. You can try keep escaping them. That was weird. Like, why did it like... Huh, why is it so slow though? So it should actually... The trail... Yeah, the trail actually... Yeah, because trail... The way we add to the trail does not take into account the DT. It just adds it every frame. That makes sense. So the trail needs some sort of a cooldown. And that's why it slows down. I think I found the problem here. Yeah, so let's actually quickly do that. So the trail should have some sort of a cooldown. Cooldown is going to be initially 0, why not? And essentially, if cooldown is less or equal than 0, we push in the new position there and resetting cooldown. So in the cooldown, what should it depend on? It should maybe depend on the rate, or maybe not. So we used to edit every frame, and we worked at 60 FPS. So that means the cooldown should be 1 second divided by 60, right? 1 second divided by 60. Right, so that's basically what it should be then. because that exact number worked. That exact number worked, and when every time we update it, we just do cooldown minus dt. So yeah, that's basically was the source of this entire problem. Hopefully that will fix it. Okay, so that made... Oh, 60 FPS was maybe not... You want to take a high frame rate screen into account? No. Okay, so let me see. I'm developing on my machine. On my machine I have 60, and on 60 it works okay. That's why I'm synchronizing it to 60, so it will work as 60 on any machine, even with a high frame rate. That's the point. Okay. So it looked good at 60, so that's what we're doing here. You don't understand the context of what I'm doing here, essentially. So let me think. So for some reason, yeah, I need to draw the DT. I need to draw the DT. Console log DT. Yeah, thank you, Flipcoder. Thank you so much, because I don't have time to explain, because I have to think about my own thing, and I have to also explain things to people. Okay, so yeah, sometimes, yeah, I don't quite understand. So maybe it's just people heard a keyword FPS and they went crazy. Oh, I don't have it that FPS. Whoa! I don't understand the context, but whoa! So classic. Okay. That's classical people. Seriously, they don't try to understand the context of what I'm doing. They just hear the keywords and they just get triggered at keywords. So what I'm doing doesn't fucking matter. You said FPS refresh rate. I have a high refresh rate. So yeah. Sounds like Twitch exactly. All right. So it's kind of strange. Wait. Oh, and that probably because... What if I make it 14? For some reason... Yeah, around something like that was... It looked something like that. How many CUDA cores are required to play this game? I don't even have a CUDA core. I play in this game literally on Intel CPU. And I'm also streaming using Intel CPU, using hardware encoded on Intel CPU. So I don't know what you're trying to say here. Works fine. Okay, so I wanna wait until it starts like spawning like crazy. Maybe since we can move around, maybe I'm not gonna reduce the spawn rate because it's kind of makes the game a little bit easier, unless they start spawning behind you. Oh shit. Holy shit, this game is fun. Oh my fucking goodness, this is so fun. Oh fuck. Alright. Okay, so I fixed the problem with the stuff. The trails are too fast still. I'm not sure if the trails are... So we have a trail rate, right? So when I update everything, yeah, I'm using DT. Yes, I'm using everything. And it's very interesting. It's still, trails act really weirdly, but yeah. Even though I try to take like everything into account, especially when pushing things around. And why when I increase the... Oh yeah, of course it's not that. So I still kind of like when it worked on 60. Why doesn't it look as I want it to look? So, well, what about this? 120. Well, yeah. About 44 then. At some point it just doesn't go any further, so we're gonna go like around this. So at 60 it kind of reduces, but at 120 it just doesn't, so but it's better for me to actually set it to something specific. Yeah, I think 001 is actually quite good, but on lower refresh rates it may not actually work as well. Oh shit, I actually switched away. This is not what I wanted. I didn't want to switch away. Notice how the more they hit you, the more grayscale it becomes. Look at that. It loses saturation. Every time it hits you, you lose saturation. And when the more you kill them, the more saturated it becomes. The saturation indicates the amount of health you have. The less saturation in the colors, the less health you have. I know that it's probably not suitable for colorblind people, for some colorblind people, but this is not like a serious game. I'm just, you know, exercising in game design and game development. So I do acknowledge that maybe not really suitable for colorblind people. So, and I really apologize for that. There we go. Sometimes, why does it like... Yeah, that's really strange. It just jumps around for some reason. I think blue would be better for the colors since maybe, I don't know. Okay. Does it slow down? I don't think it slows down. I think it's always the same if the cooldown is less, because the cooldown lasts only 1 frame. Yeah, it's true. And that's why when we slow down like this, they become more smooth and there's more of them. That actually explains everything. So maybe, what about like if we just make 15? What if we make cooldown 15? And because of that, for the player, we'll have to make it longer. So rate, we'll have to like 1. Well, that's very interesting. It's a very interesting effect. So 1 over 15 or 1 over 30? What about 30? Yeah. So it creates an interesting effect. So that means for the player, we need a little bit faster situation. Yeah, I think something like that should be okay. So around 30, probably nobody gonna have like a less than 30. So that's why we can more or less say that it's gonna be predictable. Yeah. So can we make it even faster for the player? Nah, it doesn't make sense. So let's wait until the full annihilation. So the full annihilation is coming, and okay. I guess the trails are kind of staying the same. Yeah, okay, so the trails seem to be... Nah, or do they? Yeah, their rate seems to be staying the same around. Yeah. Their rate seems to be staying the same. Sort of. So enemy rate. So where is the enemy rate? 2. And the player 1 is also 2. I'm still thinking... What if I'm gonna make it 8? I think it's too much. It makes it invisible. I really don't like the over 31. What about over 50? Yeah. Anabothu, welcome back. So maybe I'm gonna keep it over 60 then. Around 60. I really liked how it looked like generally there. I'm still cannot find the look that I'm gonna be satisfied with. I don't know why. This just bothers me so much. Like I cannot find the trail that would satisfy me. Unfortunately. So it's kinda, this one is kinda dumb, but yeah. The trails of the enemies are okay. I don't know. It would be kind of cool to actually make it super smooth and stuff like that. But I'm not sure. Like cooldown doesn't really work. So the cooldown for 60. Right. To be fair, maybe... Oh shit, I have an idea actually. I have an idea. So for DT, you do cooldown, and yeah. So here's an idea. You store the previous position, right? So you pushed one position and then you look at the, you push the next position. And in update, you divide DT by the amount of these cooldowns and you get basically amount of steps. Yeah. So essentially, basically we can try to interpolate this entire shit. Let me try to interpolate it. So this is the position from the previous push into the trail. This is the next one. then you can take dt of the frame and divide it by the cooldowns, and then you will have amount of steps to interpolate between previous and the next push position of the trail, and you can actually like fill them in. You see, we can linearly interpolate the trail, and that way we can get consistent result regardless of the frame rate. Right, regardless of the frame rate. RIP FPS? What do you mean? It just depends on how many of these things you can create. Oh god. Do we really have to explain such basic things? Probably. Okay. So let's actually extract this entire stuff. So we're gonna have a trail. Alright, trail cooldown. Right, trail cooldown. So it's gonna 1/60, and maybe I can even make it like 1/20 or something, or whatnot. Right. I never get more. I haven't even pushed the latest version. That's very interesting. So you guys already playing it? Okay. So where's the trail? Where's the trail? Okay, so here's an interesting thing. Oh fuck. So oh my god, I need water. Alright. Oh, this one is gonna be difficult. It's just I'm already tired for this thing. And alright, I'm gonna make a small break. Around 3 minutes. And I'm gonna finish it. I really wanna make this trail look good. Trail is probably the way to go, but it's really difficult to make it look good. Alright, so let's make a small break. You guys have fun? All right, I'm back. Okay, so we need to understand how to make a good trail. How can we make a good trail? So we keep pushing positions and stuff like that. We keep pushing positions and we can basically interpolate between them. That could be the way to go. All right, so let me see. Oh, I didn't want to do that. So here's your positions. You basically put them in several intervals. And what if we just interpolate between them? How good it's gonna look like? That's a good question. So, and this interval, this specific interval, depends on the FPS, unfortunately. It very much depends on the input interface, on the FPS. So, yeah, we can do a thing where we can have regular steps. But at higher frame rates, it's just gonna, like at slower frame rates, it's gonna become more choppy. It's not fixed yet. So, all right, let me think. So we push them. Oh, by the way, because of that, array JavaScript array pop. Where does it pop it from? Last. Okay. JS remove first element from array. Shift. That makes sense. Removes the first element from the array, returns that removed. Okay. So here's an idea. Instead of, since we push them at one end, we always push them at one end. That means here we don't have to do that shit. So we iterate through all of them. And after that we can just do while trail, this trail length is greater than 0. Right, and this trail 0, this trail 0a is less or equal than 0, and in that case we're going to do trail shift. So, and that means that we don't have to do this thing here, because we always push them from that, and trail always contains the whole like trail thingy. So surprisingly enough, we can always keep a fixed amount of the elements there. We can always keep the fixed amount of elements there. So it could be some sort of like a ring buffer, if you know what I mean. Could be some sort of a ring buffer. And if we're going to do it like in a ring buffer sense, well, no, we cannot, because when it stops, it should also fade away. It should also fade away. So we have this entire thing. Yeah. Well, by the way, let me just check if this idea will work. It does work. Oh yeah. By the way, do I have trail cooldown? Yes, I do. And what is the trail to cooldown? 120, so it should be something around this. Okay, class trail. Circle, radius, with alpha. With alpha, we keep pushing things there. Ooh. What I'm trying to achieve here is maybe just smoothness of this entire thing. Smoothness of this entire thing, and to do that I just need to interpolate things accordingly. And as I'm interpolating them, right, I have like a bunch of segments. Right, I have like a bunch of segments. And yeah, so this is the segment. And I need to know the length, the sum of all of these segments, right? And as I'm interpolating between them, I should decrease the thing there. Yeah, that would be kind of... Okay, so I know it starts becoming really boring, so I'm gonna just commit whatever I have here. Even though I'm not happy with the final training results, so I'm gonna just commit whatever I have and I'm gonna call it a day. I'm gonna call it solution. So let's actually play until we reach the annihilation point, the apocalypse of this thing, because I cannot contemplate any further. People are just start leaving the stream because it's boring. So yeah, maybe I'm gonna think. Yeah, I can think about it a little bit later. We can improve details later. We can always improve them later. So right now it should be okay. Okay. They become a little bit smoother, but not that much. And they definitely don't really kill my entire performance. It's still very much slow. We might as well actually disable trails if we're dead. Yeah, I think it's a pretty cool idea. So don't allow pushing if like to the trails if you are already dead. How can we actually do that? How can we put an information about that to the trails, right? So we can introduce some sort of a flag into the trail, right? So class trail disable false. All right, and so basically if not disabled, and this just do that, this disabled. So if it's not disabled, push. And now there's a strat that makes you almost immortal. I just died because of a bug. Okay. So when the player dies, by the way, so player heal, player damage. So this is where we damage the player, right? And if at some point, if the player health becomes less or equal than 0, right? We need to iterate through all of these things. Let enemy of these enemies, right? And we just do enemy trail disable true, and maybe we also want to do the same thing for the player. This player disable true. So we disable their trails. Right, when you die, right, so the trails get disabled, so they will fade away slowly. Right, so let's continue. Might as well actually, well, yeah, I need to do the rate. Rate. Spawn rate. Where is the spawn rate? Spawn rate. Oh, I forgot where's the spawn rate. Where's the spawn rate? Where's the spawn rate? Here it is. Okay. So let's actually make it insane right away. Come on, hit me. And yeah, so you still have residual trails. You still have residual trails, and for some reason their radii don't really increase smoothly. I think I found the bug, yes. This is not how I wanted it to be. So when I'm rendering, where's the class trail? Is this effect from... Another one, we need to create a counter for Brazilians debated, so or something. Is that like such a famous meme in Brazil, right? That's really interesting. Okay, apparently it's a pretty strong meme. I could imagine, yeah, I could imagine this meme being sort of like similar to JoJo to be continued, you know what I mean? Not really the same meaning, but kind of the same mechanics of the meme, you know what I mean? Right, so, yeah, probably, I don't know, I'm just guessing because I don't know Brazilian memes. Anyway, so, when I'm rendering, yeah... Why am I using it like that? This is dumb. Actually. Why am I using it like that? Because I could have just done it like that. Okay. Alright. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So now they're slowly fading away, actually. Yeah. Which is a little bit better, generally, but maybe. Cool. I think it's more or less cool effect. Alright, so let me go to the spawn rate. Spawn rate, and let's actually set it like this. Okay, so what did we do here? What I was working on though, feature complete, enemies are spawned on the screen, player can easily, yeah, we're working on 13, player can get easily lost outside of the screen, so it cannot get lost anymore. So, 13, okay, player can get easily, alright. So, I'm about to introduce, so did we? Yeah, introduce camera that follows the player. And I'm gonna close 13. Alright, I'm gonna push that right at the repo, and yeah, feel free to play test it in a couple of minutes, maybe less than a minute. So it actually deploys relatively fast, so we'll see how it goes. Once you see the trails, let me know if if it's playable still. I don't know, because of the camera, I'm just afraid that maybe it's not playable anymore or something. So I'm gonna keep playing. So any feedback after the deployment is actually welcome. So. Which version is better, with the camera or without the camera? fuck, oh shit, oh fuck. Ah! Okay. And you can find this the game deployed here actually. So yeah. It's not deployed yet. Okay. 13, not bad. Maybe, I don't know. It's a new version with the camera and stuff. So. Oh shit! This is not what I wanted. So sodding that one. Let's kill this. Alright, it's deployed. So it should be deployed for me. I mean, it's deployed because it's deployed for me. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm sorry. I'm already tired. Works here. So is it playable? How do you like it? Especially when you die. How is the death animation? Is the death animation looks okay? Yeah. Oh, it's cached for you. God damn it. It's fine. Okay. So, because the camera may enable more strats. The camera may enable more strats. Because now you'll be able to, like, maybe go away indefinitely. Or something like this. So, it's updated. Yeah, now try to play. Try to play. Alright. So that's cool. Alright. It's actually super fun. Maybe it should be even slower, but in any case. So what else do we have here for the feature complete? Spawning rate ramps up too quickly, but Annabelle said that she found like a strat that makes it basically impossible to die. Maybe because of that strat I'm not gonna fix this bug. And by the way, sometimes enemies are spawned on the screen. I think it's okay, so for them to spawn on the screen, so basically see them to spawn. I think one way to fix that would be to actually have a spawn animation, right? So yeah. Hello, John Ponthong. Welcome to the stream. So I'm gonna create a new issue and enemy spawn animation, and it basically should invalidates on screen. Sometimes enemies are spawned on screen. So basically, if the enemies have a nice spawn animation, it doesn't really matter if they spawn on screen. Testing right now, the strat still works, but there's so much enemies that it's like 5 FPS. What the fuck? Wait, is that do you zoom out? Do you zoom out like really far away? Is that why you have like a F5 FPS? I went from to no, the zoom is normal. Okay, so that too, I use the zoom maxed out. No, the zoom is normal, it does get very laggy. Okay, so maybe we'll have to optimize it at some point. I found the strat too. Oh, okay. Huh, interesting. Okay, that's pretty cool. Invalidates this thing. 22. Okay. Invalidated by 22. And I'm gonna just close. I'm gonna mark it as invalid though. Alright, so in terms of the features, it would be nice to know the strat. Right, so the reason why I want to know the strat is because is it worth fixing the spawn rates? Because maybe if the strat is okay, maybe we're gonna like keep the spawn rate the same, and the strat is gonna be part of the intended game mechanics. So what's the strat? Does anyone can explain me? Because maybe I'm just not gonna fix it. So. Okay. So I also was thinking about it. I just the problem with the strat is that I cannot test it. So because it's gonna get very laggy on my machine. Yeah. So essentially, you move faster than they start spawning, right? And basically, you constantly being outside of the circle of them spawning. Right, because they spawn around you and they basically make a circle, right? So they basically make a circle, and if you constantly move in one direction, right, and also being zoomed out, you basically is on the edge of that circle, right, and you can stay alive essentially. And here's an interesting thing: because of that, enemies don't really despawn. That's why it gets laggy. That's why it gets laggy. Okay, so. And it's an interesting thing. So maybe we should basically, to fix that, we have to despawn the enemies. Right, we have to despawn the enemies. Alright, that's an interesting strat. I will think about it and how to fix it. So if we despawn the enemies, so maybe it will not be as laggy as it is right now. Let me try to do that. But yeah. So what was that? Rates. Not sure about the rates. So to be fair, rates might not be the blocker of this game being feature complete. Okay, I'm gonna actually remove this issue from the feature completeness, right? And I'm gonna say I'm gonna move it to major polish, and then I'm gonna say that yeah, we're made the game feature complete, I think. At least for now, at least for the first release, right? So here's the feature complete, and I'm going to close this. How do I close the? Okay, there's no open issues and melted issues. Okay, so edit milestone, and I'm gonna close it. Close milestone. There we go. So when we have major polish that consists of things that, you know, are not really features of the game per se, right? Okay. Oh, we also have fault. Do you guys know what is fault? Basically, if you completely refresh Control Shift R, right, you will see that WSD to move shows in a different font. And since I'm not a web developer, I didn't know that. Apparently, there is a term for that in web world. It's called fault, and it stands for flash of unstyled text. So basically, it's a brief moment of time when the page is showing unstyled text because the fonts haven't loaded up yet. And people have written so many articles about fighting the fault. Holy fucking shit. It's like the web created the whole class of problem that is so difficult to solve, apparently. It's so fucking funny. Oh my god. And one way to fix that, I think, in our case, would be to use maybe JavaScript face font class, right? So basically, load font face in JavaScript and then add it, and basically don't start the game until the font is loaded, and so that way we make sure that the font is always there. Yeah. So by the way, Anaboth, how is the trail? Is the trail, you know, looks good on your machine? Back in the days it was folk content. Okay, I see. All right. Trail seems okay. Okay. Alrighty. Well, I think I can say the game is feature complete, sort of. It still requires a little bit of polish and stuff like that, but I'm not gonna do it right now, probably. And I'm not even sure when I'm gonna do that, because it's definitely the last stream of me programming in JavaScript, so... I'm not programming in JavaScript ever again on this channel. I'm really sorry. Feel free to unfollow me and unsub. So yeah. At least I documented the rest of the things that I wanted to fix for this game. Whether I'm gonna fix them or not, it's a good question. I don't know. Alright, so that was a fun adventure, and I think we came up with a pretty fun game, not gonna lie. Right. Something like re-implementing something like this in C with SDL would be actually super cool, in my opinion. And it would be even faster. So the game, if you implement it in C, it will be way faster. And by the way, in C you won't be able to zoom out, right? Because, yeah. Is there a way to, probably, I don't know, it's something that needs to be researched. Alright, so that was an interesting adventure, boys and girls, but unfortunately, it is time for me to go. Thanks everyone who's watching right now, I really appreciate it. Have a good one, and I see you all tomorrow. So, by the way, you can check out the source code of the project that we developed in here, right? So here's the source code, here is the deployed version. You can play it on your machine just by going to that website. Tomorrow we're probably gonna do another kind of game development, but in C++, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure what exactly we're gonna do. Also check out our schedule for more information on different projects we're working. Alright, we're working on different projects all the time. Check out our VODs channel, where we upload the recordings of our streams. This stream is gonna be there, but tomorrow. By the way, all of the JavaScript streams, all of the 2 JavaScript streams are gonna be in the VODs channel on YouTube, and they're gonna be in a special playlist. So yeah. Make sure to subscribe to that channel. And also check out our Discord server for offline discussion with the community. So, yeah, that's it for today, boys and girls. That's it for today. Thanks, everyone. And I see you all tomorrow, hopefully. Love you all.